The Wild Blue, The Men and Boys Who Flew the B-24s Over Germany by Stephen Ambrose. Read by Jeffrey DeMunn, with an introduction and epilogue by Stephen Ambrose.
Hi, I'm Stephen Ambrose, author of The Wild Blue, The Men and Boys Who Flew the B-24s. I have been a friend and a supporter of George McGovern's for nearly 3 decades. I knew about his career in the Army Air Forces, which I always felt he could have used to more effect in his 1972 presidential campaign. But politics aside, I had long been an admirer of what he had done in his B-24 bomber. He seemed to me to be a good representative of his generation, a man who had risked all, not for his own benefit, but to help bring about victory. I have long wanted to study and write about the American airmen of World War II. Previously, I had written books about the High Command in the European War. Then I turned to studying the role of junior officers and enlisted men fighting in the ground. In the course of preparing those books, I had interviewed many of the men who did the actual fighting. What I wanted to do next, after I had completed a book on the first transcontinental railroad, was a book on the American airmen. Not those at the top of the command structure, but the men who flew the bombers. How did they do it? That was my question. In the summer of 1999, McGovern, his wife Eleanor, my son Hugh, and I were together for dinner. McGovern and his crew and his squadron, the 741st of the 455th Bomb Group of the 15th Air Force, seemed a good way to try to answer at least part of the question. My resolve was strengthened because of my respect for George McGovern and his men. My curiosity about how a son of South Dakota became, at age 22, a bomber pilot. My interest in how American designers and workers and industrial plants created the world's greatest Air Force. My wanting to learn about the Strategic Air Campaign and how it was planned and carried out. And my desire to tell readers the story of how the leading opponent of the Vietnam War was, in World War II, a distinguished bomber pilot. So I went to work. Hugh and I did a lot of reading of both books and memoirs. We are in the deepest debt to all those who have written about the air war or their own experiences. On October 9, 2000, Hugh and I rode in a B-24 and a B-17. We got to sit in the co-pilot's seat and fly the airplanes. It was an extraordinary experience, made possible by the Collings Foundation of Stowe, Massachusetts. The foundation flies those 2 bombers to airports around the country so that everyone, but especially children, can experience the thrill of examining and flying in a World War II airplane. The B-24 is the only one still flying. Thousands come to see, and a few get to ride in it. They can climb from fore to aft inside the B-24 or the B-17, into the nose turret or the tail gunner turret. They can sit at the bomb site or at the radio man's position. They can move forward or aft on the catwalk, see the bombs in their rack or the oxygen tanks, and everything else. On the B-24, the waist windows are open. In flight, wind streams flow through the planes to the tail. Although Hugh and I went up only a couple thousand feet above the ground on a lovely October day in central Pennsylvania, from Williamsport to Harrisburg, it was cold. The flights in the big craft were bumpy, noisy, and a perfect delight. Flying the B-24 and the B-17 from the co-pilot's seat, even in smooth weather, little winds, few clouds, made Hugh and me realize how cumbersome those bombers are, how long it takes for them to respond to the controls, how difficult they are to turn. But the flying brought smiles to our faces and joy to our hearts, smiles as big as all outdoors and joy as deep as the ocean. It was an experience with machines that could be compared only to being at the controls of a locomotive going up the Sierra Nevada. And it increased beyond measurement our respect for and admiration of the pilots and crews who flew those planes on combat missions that lasted 6, 8, or 10 hours. We encountered no flak. There were no enemy fighters shooting at us. We don't know how the airmen did it, but we appreciate what they did even more than before.
Prologue. The B-24 was built like a 1930s Mack truck, except that it had an aluminum skin that could be cut with a knife. It could carry a heavy load far and fast, but it had no refinements. Steering the four-engine airplane was difficult and exhausting, as there was no power except the pilot's muscles. It had no windshield wipers, so the pilot had to stick his head out the side window to see during a rain. Breathing was possible only by wearing an oxygen mask, cold and clammy, smelling of rubber and sweat, above 10,000 feet in altitude. There was no heat, despite temperatures that, at 20,000 feet and higher, got as low as 40 or even 50 degrees below zero. The wind blew through the airplane like fury, especially from the waist gunner's windows and whenever the bomb bay doors were open. The oxygen mask often froze to the wearer's face. If the men at the waist touched their machine guns with bare hands, the skin froze to the metal. There were no bathrooms. To urinate, there were two small relief tubes, one forward and one aft, which were almost impossible to use without spilling because of the heavy layers of clothing the men wore, plus which the tubes were often clogged with frozen urine. Defecating could be done only in a receptacle lined with a wax paper bag. A man had to be desperate to use it because of the difficulty of removing enough clothing and exposing bare skin to the Arctic cold. The bags were dropped out of the waist windows or through the open bomb bay doors. There were no kitchen facilities, no way to warm up food or coffee. But anyway, there was no food, unless a crew member had packed in a sea ration or a sandwich. With no pressurization, pockets of gas in a man's intestinal tract could swell like balloons and cause him to double over in pain. There was no aisle to walk down, only the 8-inch wide catwalk running beside the bombs and over the bomb bay doors, used to move forward and aft. It had to be done with care, as the aluminum doors, which rolled up into the fuselage instead of opening outward on a hinge, had only a 100-pound capacity, so if a man slipped, he would break through. The seats were not padded, could not be reclined, and were cramped into so small a space that a man had almost no chance to stretch and none whatsoever to relax. Absolutely nothing was done to make it comfortable for the pilot, the co-pilot, or the other 8 men in the crew, even though most flights lasted for 8 hours, sometimes 10 or more, seldom less than 6. The plane existed and was flown for one purpose only: to carry 500 or 1,000-pound bombs and drop them accurately over enemy targets. It was called a Liberator. That was a perhaps unusual name for a plane designed to drop high explosives on the enemy well behind the front lines, but it was, nevertheless, the perfect name. Consolidated Aircraft Corporation first made it, with the initial flight in 1939. When a few went over to England in 1940, the British Air Ministry wanted to know what it was called. Reuben Fleet of Consolidated answered, "Liberator." He added, "We chose the name Liberator because this airplane can carry destruction to the heart of the Hun, and thus help you and us to liberate those millions temporarily finding themselves under Hitler's yoke. Consolidated, along with the Ford Motor Company, Douglas Aircraft Company, and North American Aviation, together called the Liberator Production Pool, made more than 18,300 Liberators, about 5,000 more than the total number of B-17s. The Liberator was not operational before World War II and was not operational after the war. Nearly every B-24 was cut up into pieces of scrap in 1945 and 1946 or left to rot on Pacific Islands. The number of people involved in making it, in servicing it, and in flying the B-24 outnumbered those involved with any other airplane in any country in any time. There were more B-24s than any other American airplane ever built. It would be an exaggeration to say that the B-24 won the war for the Allies, but don't ask how they could have won the war without it. Where they came from. The pilots and crews of the B-24s came from every state and territory in America. They were young, fit, eager. They were sons of workers, doctors, lawyers, farmers, businessmen, educators. A few were married, most were not. Some had an excellent education, including college, where they majored in history, literature, physics, engineering, chemistry, and more. Others were barely, if at all, out of high school. They were all volunteers. The U.S. Army Air Corps, after 1942 the Army Air Forces, did not force anyone to fly. They made the choice. Most of them were between the ages of 2 and 10 in 1927, when Charles Lindbergh flew the Spirit of St. Louis from Long Island to Paris. For many boys, this was the first outside-the-family event to influence them. It fired their imagination. Like Lindbergh, they, too, wanted to fly. In their teenage years, they drove Model T Fords or perhaps Model A's, if they drove at all. Many of them were farm boys. They plowed behind mules or horses. They relieved themselves in outdoor privies. They walked to school 1, 2, or sometimes more miles. Most of them, including the city kids, were poor. A surprising number had never even seen a plane. But they all wanted to fly. There were inducements beyond the adventure of the thing. Glamour, extra pay, the right to wear wings, quick promotions. You got to pick your service, no sleeping in a Navy bunk in a heaving ship or in a foxhole with someone shooting at you. They knew they would have to serve. Indeed, most of them wanted to serve. Their patriotism was beyond question. They wanted to be a part of smashing Hitler, Tojo, Mussolini, and their thugs. But they wanted to choose how they did it. Overwhelmingly, they wanted to fly. They wanted to get off the ground, be like a bird, see the country from up high, travel faster than anyone could do while attached to the earth. More than electric lights, more than steam engines, more than telephones, more than automobiles, more even than the printing press, the airplane separated past from future. It had freed mankind from the earth and opened the skies. They were astonishingly young. Many joined the Army Air Forces as teens. Some never got to be 20 years old before the war ended. Anyone over 25 was considered to be and was called an old man. In the 21st century, adults would hardly give such youngsters the key to the family car. But in the first half of the 1940s, the adults sent them out to play a critical role in saving the world. Most wanted to be fighter pilots, but only a relatively few attained that goal. Many became pilots or co-pilots on 2- or 4-engine bombers. The majority became crew members, serving as gunners or radio men or bombardiers or flight engineers or navigators. Never mind. They wanted to fly, and they did. This is mainly the story of one airplane and the men who flew it. It draws on other experiences of other men and other planes in the U.S. Army Air Forces. But basically, it is about a B-24 bomber named the Dakota Queen, its crew, and squadron pilot George McGovern, the 741st of the 455th Bomb Group. They were neither typical, how could they be in an Air Force that numbered thousands of bombers and tens of thousands of crew members, nor unique. On July 19, 1922, in the Wesleyan Methodist Parsonage in Avon, South Dakota, George Stanley McGovern was born. He had an older sister, Olive, and later a younger sister, Mildred, and then a younger brother, Larry. George's grandfather, born in Ireland, had served in the Civil War on the Union side, and then was a coal miner. George's father, Joseph, born in 1868, had been a professional baseball player in the St. Louis Cardinals organization, but because of his Methodist religion, he was disturbed by the amount of drinking and gambling and wild women associated with his team. He gave it up when he heard a call to preach and went to a Methodist seminary in Houghton, New York. Upon graduation, he volunteered to go out to the Dakotas. There he used his handyman skills to build churches, some of which still stand, where he preached. His first wife died, leaving him childless. When he was 50 years old, he married Frances McLean, a 28-year-old who was a soloist in his church and had a beautiful voice. In 1927, when George was 5 years old, the family was living in Canada. When Lindbergh made his flight, as he recalled it, the news just saturated all the conversation, newspapers, the radios. I remember that flight as though it was yesterday. Pictures of Lindbergh with his helmet and goggles were on the front pages. I just thought he was the most glamorous creature on God's earth. I grew up thinking Lindbergh was our greatest American. In 1928, the McGoverns moved to Mitchell in eastern South Dakota, a town of some 12,000 residents, where Joseph continued in the ministry. George was a preacher's kid, but unlike some others in that category, he had no wild streak. He was an average student whose one fling was going to the movies, which were forbidden to good Wesleyan Methodists, but he went anyway. He went pheasant hunting, too, as most South Dakota boys did. It was his father's passion, and his father taught him how to shoot a shotgun, a 16-gauge single barrel. While hunting, he saw dust storms turn the sky black. He saw hordes of grasshoppers eating the crops and even chewing their way through hoe handles. In town, he saw banks and stores close their doors in bankruptcy. Once, while hunting with his father, he saw a farmer named Art Kendall sitting on the steps of his back porch, tears streaming down his face. Kendall explained to McGovern's father that he had just received a check from the stockyards for that year's production of pigs. The check did not cover the cost of trucking the pigs to market. By the time McGovern entered high school, nearly one farmer in 5 had lost his land to foreclosure. In high school, Joe Quintal was the athletic director of 4 elementary schools, the junior and senior high schools, and coached the school's football, basketball, and track teams. He also taught the gymnastics classes at the elementary schools. An excellent athlete, he had been quarterback for the University of South Dakota. McGovern describes him as a very articulate, intelligent man. I both admired him and feared him. One of the exercises Quintal had his 7th grade gym classes do was to dive headfirst over a leather sawhorse and to do a somersault. You had to run at full speed, McGovern remembered, dive over, tuck your head, hit the mat, and roll. McGovern couldn't bring himself to do it. He would run up to the sawhorse, and I knew I'd break my neck if I went over the top. So when he got to the sawhorse, he balked. Not once, not twice, but a number of times. Quintal blew his whistle. "Mac, come here," he shouted. "What's the matter with you?" "Well, Mr. Quintal, I just can't do that." "What do you mean you can't do it? Have you seen these other boys going over that horse? You've got a pair of legs, a pair of arms. Don't you have the same equipment they do?" McGovern said again that he just couldn't do it. "You want me to tell you why?" McGovern said he would like to know. "Well," Quintal said, "you're a physical coward. That's why." The entire class, some 60 or so students, was watching. I was just mortified to tears, McGovern recalled, but he still couldn't do it. Quintal really made me feel that I was a coward. That haunted me. When he entered high school, he was determined to do something in athletics. A fast runner, he joined the track team where he set no records, but did make a respectable showing. Still, he would get flashbacks to the sawhorse incident. In 1940, after graduation, McGovern entered Dakota Wesleyan College, enrollment 500, just down the street from his family home. The war was on in Europe and China. To get prepared, the U.S. government had inaugurated a program called Civilian Pilot Training. The idea was to augment the nation's reserve of pilots with at least some introductory training of new civilian students. There was an opportunity to start a civilian pilot training program at Mitchell Field, just outside town. McGovern's fellow student and friend, Norman Ray, from Custer, South Dakota, was desperate to fly. They were in the same freshman class. Ray was so poor that when he showed up at Wesleyan, he had an old pair of ratty tennis shoes, blue jeans, and a couple of T-shirts. One day McGovern told him he ought to ask a girl for a date. Ray replied, "George, I can't afford to date." "Well, if you go down to the College Inn, all you need is 10 cents, McGovern pointed out. "Well, I haven't got 10 cents. He certainly had the desire to fly. The requirement was to have 10 students enrolled before the course, which included ground school instruction as well as flight training and carried college credit, could begin. The civilian pilot training would supply the airplane and pay the instructor. So, Ray went around talking to all his friends. He persuaded 9 of his fellow students, including one woman and the 18-year-old McGovern, to sign up. McGovern had never before been up in a plane, but he agreed to be one of the students because he felt, if I can fly an airplane, that will show Joe Quintal that it isn't heights that I'm worried about, that I'm not too cowardly to fly a plane. The plane was a single-engine Aeronca, built in Middletown, Ohio, with a front and rear cockpit. The instructor, Cliff Ferguson, a big, bulky, heavy-set man, sat in front. There were 2 sets of controls, and they were connected so Ferguson could overwhelm the student and take control if he needed to. On McGovern's first flight, when Ferguson opened the throttle for takeoff, I was scared to death, terrified. McGovern continued the course, though I was even more terrified in subsequent lessons when he demonstrated spins and stalls. Still, Big Cliff would give me a little signal that I was doing okay, and nothing made me happier. After 8 hours of instruction, Ferguson told him, "You're ready to solo." It went well. McGovern circled over Mitchell, gazing down at the water tower, the Corn Palace, and the Wesleyan campus, then over Lake Mitchell. When he landed, he had a sense of exhilaration and a determination that if America entered the war and his time to serve came, it would be in the Army Air Corps. The U.S. Army at the beginning of World War II had fewer than 200,000 men, 26,000 of them in the Army Air Corps, which meant it ranked 16th in the world, right behind Romania. The Army was pitifully smaller than the millions of men in the Japanese, German, and Italian armies. By June 1941, the U.S. Army Air Corps had been built up to 1,257 combat planes, nearly all of them inferior to the Japanese Zero, which outnumbered them anyway, and to the German Luftwaffe's fighter fleet, which was 4 times larger than the American fleet and growing rapidly. When the war began in Europe in September 1939, the Depression continued to grip America. The unemployment rate was 25%. Those with jobs were earning only a little more than $100 a month. There was no unemployment insurance, no welfare paid for by the government, no antibiotics. Most diseases were life-threatening. Transportation was by automobile, bus, or train, slow and crude. Nearly all roads were 2 lanes. Few people traveled. What money they had went to feeding, clothing, and housing themselves. Ralph C. Bill Rounds, who would become McGovern's co-pilot on the Dakota Queen, was born in 1924 in Wichita, Kansas. His father owned a lumber business and was a wealthy man. Rounds was handsome and enthusiastic, especially for girls and airplanes. He was a wisecracking prankster, the image of a devil-may-care flyboy. His desire was to be a fighter pilot. His life experiences, his attitude, and his personality were completely different from McGovern's. Kenneth Higgins, who would be the Dakota Queen's radio man, was born in 1925 in Dallas, Texas. In 1941, he was a junior at Highland Park High School. He would give anything to learn to fly. Carroll Wilson Cooper, who would serve as McGovern's navigator, was unusual in the Army Air Forces. He was older than most and had been in the military before the war. Born on May 10, 1917, in McCauley, Texas, he was the 5th child of Sam and Fanny Cooper. One of his older brothers had died as a youth. His father was a stout Baptist, so he named his 5th child after a Baptist leader, Carroll, and he was a staunch Democrat, so he gave his son a middle name, Wilson, after Woodrow Wilson. As a boy, Cooper discovered that his first name was commonly a girl's name, so he went by C.W. Cooper. He was a teenage boy when he saw his first airplane. It had crashed on the roof of a house next to the pasture it had been trying to use as a landing field. C.W. made a sextant out of cigar box wood and used the same material to build planes that he put on a string and flew using a fishing pole. The Cooper family took 2 vacations. One was to Lampasas, Texas. The other trip, to Chicago, was much longer, in the family's first Model A Ford. The people in Chicago pointed at C.W.'s overalls and his bare feet and laughed. For him, the big thrills were riding on the elevated train, a visit to the Marshall Field Museum, and another to the top of the Wrigley Tower. After all that traveling, C.W. decided he wanted to see the world. When he graduated from high school, at his father's suggestion, C.W. went to junior college to take a year of engineering. There he was in ROTC and found that the military life was for him. His grades were good enough to earn him a scholarship to Texas A&M. More ROTC, more drilling, lots of studying. When Cooper graduated in 1941, he got his degree in civil engineering one day and his commission as a second lieutenant in the infantry of the U.S. Army the next. His first posting was as assistant provost marshal at Camp Bowie. Then it was off to the Fort Benning Infantry School, called Fort Benning's School for Boys by the young officers. The training in that summer of 1941 was haphazard at best. When the class was completed, he was posted to Camp Walters in Texas. There he was assigned to train a platoon in a heavy weapons company. The men were mainly hill boys from Kentucky and Tennessee. Some of them, according to Cooper, were not too sharp. But in the fall of 1941, he could feel America getting closer to entering the war, and he was sure they would be sent into combat. So he got the platoon together and said, "Look, fellas, this is going to be hell on you. You're going to hate me before this is over because I'm going to work you as hard as I can to get you ready for combat because I don't want your blood on my hands." On December 1, the 13-week training period was over, and a couple of days later, the platoon was ordered to the Pacific. I fought back the tears as I shook their hands as they went to the troop train to go. Every American born before 1936 remembered exactly where he or she was when they heard the news that the Japanese had attacked the U.S. fleet at Pearl Harbor. George McGovern was in his second year at Dakota Wesleyan. It was a liberal arts school that emphasized philosophy, history, English literature, foreign languages, and the arts. He was taking a required course in music appreciation taught by Robert Brown from Oberlin College. Brown was a violinist. He assigned his students to listen every Sunday to the New York Philharmonic Orchestra's radio concert on NBC and write a critique. 19-year-old McGovern was listening and writing notes, saying he thought the violins should be a bit more prominent. Strictly BS, he recalled, but I don't know how Brown thought a bunch of college sophomores were going to critique the New York Philharmonic, when the program was interrupted with the news flash that Pearl Harbor had been bombed. I have to confess I'd never heard of Pearl Harbor, didn't even know where it was. But he could tell from his father's reaction and the way he turned the radio up that it was a serious matter. That afternoon, he decided that he would have to be involved in the war. Along with 10 fellow students, he decided to drive to Omaha to enlist in either the Army Air Corps or Naval Aviation. They borrowed the president's car and the dean's car. In a little school you can do things like that, he recalled, and indeed the students called many of the faculty by their first names, to drive down to Omaha. Their only question was the Army or the Navy. They debated all the way to Omaha. Being from South Dakota, they were all land lovers and had an instinct that it was better to be landing and taking off from the ground than from the water. Still, there was a sentiment that the enemy couldn't bomb you as easily on an aircraft carrier as at an air base. But shortly after they had parked the cars and began looking for the recruiting stations, one of the young men said he had heard that if you joined the Army Air Corps, you would receive a free meal ticket for the cafeteria next door. On the basis of that unsubstantiated rumor, all 10 joined the Army Air Corps. The rumor turned out to be true, and they got a lunch worth about 75 cents. It wasn't bad, McGovern commented. Roast beef, gravy, and mashed potatoes. They were not sworn in, but they did sign a statement that it was their intention to be in the Army Air Corps and agreed to report when called. The statement made them exempt from the draft. The Army did not have the airfields and training planes or instructors to take them in as yet, but they were Air Corps property. They returned to Mitchell and school, thinking they would be called up in 2 or 3 months. Nearly all the young men who had signed up to join the Army Air Corps had to wait, often for a year or more, for the Air Corps to have enough airfields, airplanes, instructors, and barracks to start training them. McGovern continued his education at Dakota Wesleyan. There he met and fell in love with Eleanor Stegeberg from Woonsocket, South Dakota. Among other attributes, including good looks, she had beat him in a debate in high school and outscored him in a test on current events at Wesleyan. In the first year of the war, they got engaged, agreeing that they would not marry until the war ended. Stegeberg's family was poor, so after her first year in college, she dropped out to work as a secretary for a lawyer. McGovern was no athlete, but he became a star pupil and was elected president of his class. His chief extracurricular activity was debate. His partner was Matthew Smith, son of the dean at Wesleyan. In early 1943, the two of them went to the national debate tournament at North Dakota State University. There were over 100 schools represented. McGovern and Smith won the contest. Driving the dean's car back to Mitchell, they were singing and carousing, or at least as much carousing as students at Wesleyan would do. They pulled up on the Wesleyan campus. It was February 12, 1943, and snowing hard. As McGovern remembered it, there was Dean Smith standing there, and when he saw Matt and me, he just broke into sobs. In his hand, he had a big envelope. It was orders from the Army Air Forces. McGovern and Walter Crimmen, the student body president, were to report to Jefferson Barracks, St. Louis, in 72 hours. Smith said he would write a letter to the Army Air Forces asking that George and Walter be allowed to stay at Wesleyan at least until the end of the semester. No, Dean Smith, McGovern replied. The time has come to go. Oh, no, the dean replied. Then he asked, what will Eleanor say? McGovern said he could handle that. He didn't mention his mother. Although not a pacifist and very much opposed to Hitler and the Nazis, she hated to read of the losses. When the local paper reported that the Red Army had killed 60,000 Germans at Leningrad, or more than at Stalingrad, she read it and moaned. "Oh dear," she would say, "isn't that awful? There must be so many sad homes in Germany tonight." When the report noted so many thousand Russians killed, she would cry out, "How do those Russian fathers and mothers stand it? All those young boys, isn't there some way that the heads of governments can get together and stop this slaughter?" A few days after returning from the debate tournament, McGovern and Crimmen packed a bag each and went to the Milwaukee depot to board the 6 p.m. train to Minneapolis. At the station, the student body from Wesleyan was gathered, along with the entire faculty. The cheerleaders were there in their uniforms along with the school band. It was really an uproarious send-off, McGovern remembered. He felt it was a joyful occasion, but only if I could keep my eyes off my mother, who looked as though she were at my funeral. She could not believe that they were going to take her son off to this miserable war. Training. McGovern went down to Fort Snelling, Minnesota, where the following morning he was sworn into the Army. He took the oath and became a buck private. After a couple of days of just waiting around, it was south to Jefferson Barracks, just outside St. Louis. The men called it J.B. It was located in a series of ravines and hills. It was cold. When it wasn't snowing, it was raining. Mud was everywhere. J.B., like most other AAF bases built during the war, was constructed according to Army Air Force's Chief of Staff, General H. Hap Arnold's insistence that the bases be models of Spartan simplicity. There were 24 wannabe air cadets in each tar paper barracks. Their average age was 19. They were issued their uniforms, shoes, mess kits. For many of them, it was their first time away from home, which made them susceptible to diseases. Illness became so prevalent that the cadets took to calling one street Influenza Valley, another Pneumonia Gulch. To the sergeants, they were just another bunch of buck privates that needed to be shaped up. And so the yelling and hollering began, McGovern said, and the non-stop four-letter words. The drilling was nearly continuous. If a man reported for sick call, and many did at first, the sergeants regarded him as, and called him, an F-off. One Saturday night, McGovern had the only experience he enjoyed at J.B. He hopped a bus for the 30-minute drive into St. Louis. Walking around alone, he found himself in front of the St. Louis Opera House. A uniformed attendant grabbed his arm and said, "Soldier, how would you like to hear a great American sing?" "Who?" McGovern asked. "Marian Anderson," the attendant replied. McGovern knew the name and the fact that the Daughters of the American Revolution had refused to allow her to sing in Constitution Hall in Washington because she was black. Of course, the professors at Dakota Wesleyan made sure we knew about that and properly condemned it and what a great woman she was. So McGovern said, yes, sure. Anderson had asked that a representative of the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard join her on the stage. She had them stand in a semicircle behind her for the entire 2-hour concert. She chatted with them between songs, which was a big thrill, but the biggest was hearing her sing. I don't think I'd ever heard such music, and never again would hear anything so beautiful, McGovern recalled nearly a half-century later. When she concluded with America the Beautiful, the servicemen and everyone in the audience wept. Some were visibly sobbing. To everyone present, that was what America was all about. That was one of the great moments of my life. The privates continued to march and otherwise learn the rudiments of soldiering. After 30 days, they shipped out, their destination colleges and universities all over the country. There were 150 schools involved, for 5 months of testing and ground school training. McGovern went to Southern Illinois Normal University in Carbondale. The Army Air Forces had by then become what was called the largest single educational organization in existence. It had a total strength of just over 20,000 when the war began in Europe, representing a bit over 10% of the Army. By 1944, it was up to 2.4 million personnel in its ranks, almost one-third of the total Army strength. Nearly all of them had to be taught highly specialized skills, beginning with pilots. For the men being tested, the most feared word was washout. The process began immediately. Slightly more than 50% of them failed either the initial physical or written tests and were packed off to the infantry. The AAF expected that result, and further, that more than 40% of those left would fail to complete the courses of primary, basic, and advanced schools. In Kenneth Higgins's primary training, he had civilian instructors, but an AAF officer, a lieutenant, would go up with him on his check ride. It was on a small, single-engine plane, a Primary Trainer 19, PT-19 it was called. Lieutenant Gates, I'll never forget, he hollered at me all the time, beat my legs with a stick, so finally he said, "Land this SOB and let me out." Higgins did, and Gates told him to take it up himself. "I can do that," he said, and I hoot and hollered and was singing to myself as I soloed. So he graduated and went on to basic training with a bigger plane. There he had an instructor who was teaching his first class, and he wasn't very good. After more testing, Higgins washed out. Still wanting to fly, he went to radio school. McGovern spent 5 months at Carbondale for his ground school training. The physical training program and the academic studies were the toughest I've ever experienced. In the mornings, he studied meteorology, navigation, mechanical arts, all taught by college instructors. There were frequent quizzes and examinations, and thus more washouts. After a noon meal, the physical part began. Norm Campanella, a coach at Southern Illinois, whose tumbling team had placed first in the nation, was the instructor. He quickly had them doing push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, knee bends, exercises of the waist, running in place, pushing forward with hands on a wall while pulling the head back. At the end of a few hours of such exercising, the men had to run 5 miles. There was no getting out of it. Campanella followed behind the slowest man in his aging Chevy. If a man said he had a stitch in his side, Campanella would say, "Try to run that out if you can." The following day, more of the same. McGovern said that at first he could not see the point of pushing would-be pilots like that, but after it was over, he decided that Campanella had us hard and in shape, every muscle in our bodies. Decades later, he declared that Campanella had made a bigger contribution to saving our lives than any other single person. Almost every Sunday, McGovern went to the Methodist church. There were Catholics and Jews attending as well, partly for the sermons from a big, jolly, fat minister, partly because the minister formed them into a separate choir, some 75 men strong, and had them sing such songs as the Air Force Hymn or The Little Church in the Wildwood or America the Beautiful. For a third reason, the minister had the families in his congregation take one of the men home, every one of them, for Sunday dinner. Fried chicken, vegetables, bread, gravy, pies, and ice cream. In the fall of 1943, on completing the course at Carbondale, McGovern went to the San Antonio Air Base. There was more physical conditioning, but not much more. The AAF was simply holding him and the others until it was prepared to train them in flight school. He was at San Antonio for 2 months. Then it was off to Muskogee, Oklahoma, to begin to learn flying the Army way. The airplane was a primary trainer, PT-19, not much different from the Aeronca McGovern had flown in the civilian pilot training program at Mitchell. As he was one of the few who had soloed a plane, McGovern found the 12 weeks of training to be relatively easy and was generally rated first in his class. In late 1943, C.W. Cooper wanted to get into the war, not train young men, but lead them in combat. The AAF by that time was losing officers as casualties, or POWs, at an unsustainable rate in the 8th Air Force stationed in England and flying missions over Germany. It badly needed replacements as pilots, bombardiers, and navigators. At Christmas 1943, Cooper saw a notice on the bulletin board asking for volunteers. He signed up at once. He scored well and qualified for pilot, bombardier, or navigator. For his preference, he put down navigator. He got his wish and was sent off to San Marcos, Texas, for navigation school. Cooper recalled being in the air when the instructor would say, "Put your head down on your desk." After an hour, he'd say, "Okay, find where we are and get us back to base." Cooper shot a fix on Polaris with his sextant to get the latitude of the plane, then used a radio beam and the radio compass, which would point toward the station. But generally, he used dead reckoning. The plane had a device that gave him the wind drift. Over the intercom, he would tell the pilot to make a correction, flying just off the straight line, called crabbing into the wind, to where he wanted to go because of effect of the wind. There were accidents. Cooper recalled that the man everyone thought of as the ace navigator in his class took his plane into a mountainside. In October 1944, Cooper got his navigator's wings. George McGovern was in love and terribly lonely. He and Eleanor had decided they would wait until the war was over before getting married. Through correspondence, the couple agreed to move the date forward to the day he got his wings. That resolution also faltered. When he was at Muskogee, they decided to get married as soon as possible. In a letter to his friend in the Army, Bob Pennington, McGovern wrote about his reasoning. He knew it was going to be tough on Eleanor at times, but she's got plenty of spunk. Besides, I honestly believe, Bob, it's the best thing for both of us that we get married as soon as we can. There's just one reason why I think so, and that is we've simply got an old-fashioned love affair on our hands, and it's pretty hard to stop love even for a war. Why wait? Well, first because the would-be pilots had been told not to bring their wives to Muskogee because there were no rooms available for rent and the hotels were full. Besides, the men had to live on the post and could only be with their wives Saturday nights and Sunday until 6 p.m. Nevertheless, McGovern walked through town knocking on doors, asking if the residents had a room for rent. An elderly couple said they did. A few days later, McGovern got a telegram saying that his father had anemia and the Red Cross was recommending that he go home. He got a 3-day pass. His decision to get married right away wasn't typical, but it wasn't unusual either. The men in the armed services knew they were going into a combat zone, whether in North Africa, Europe, or the Pacific, and there was a chance, maybe a good one, that they wouldn't come back. They wanted at least a taste of married life, and for those like McGovern who had a strict religious upbringing, it would be their first, perhaps only, chance to experience a sex life with the woman they loved. McGovern took a train to Mitchell. His father had recovered, so the family, plus Eleanor, drove to her hometown, Woonsocket, and on October 31, 1943, Reverend McGovern presided at the marriage ceremony. The couple spent their wedding night in George's old room in his family house in Mitchell. The next evening, they boarded another train and went off to Muskogee. Between them, they had one bag. The train was full, as most trains were throughout the war, soldiers, young mothers with crying children, and others. So the McGoverns sat on the bag. But as they changed trains in Kansas City, McGovern put their bag down to check in at the ticket office. Someone stole it. They looked, but couldn't find the thief, and at noon they boarded their train. Again, no seats were available. I looked at Eleanor, and her lip was quivering. Then she started to cry. McGovern did too. We both just bawled. When they were drained, McGovern looked at his wife, and she at him. We started laughing at each other. I said, "Look, a suitcase full of what we had is not the world's biggest loss." Eleanor said her mother's wedding veil was in there, and again there were sobs. They got into Muskogee after midnight. McGovern had to fly at 6:30 a.m. on his 40-hour check ride. They had no pajamas, no change of clothes, no alarm clock. The couple who had rented McGovern the room got up, fixed some food, and talked. The young couple told them their problems, particularly the check flight. The old gentleman said he would take care of it. He set his alarm for 5 a.m. and drove McGovern to the air base. As McGovern climbed into the cockpit for his check, he thought there was no way he could do it. He was sure he would be washed out. It turned out to be the best check he ever had. Many others had already washed out. Many others still would. McGovern felt that lots of them washed out as we got into the flying part of it, and they just couldn't execute. Didn't mean they weren't capable, highly intelligent guys, but they just couldn't function and do the things you had to do in an airplane. The senior base medical officer brought all the cadets, some 2,000 of them, into an auditorium for a talk on sex and VD. The men were young and wanted sex. The doctor said that when they got their wings and commissions, they would have all kinds of opportunities for sex. He told them to be careful and always wear their condoms. The AAF didn't want any of them to be sick. "I know a lot of you are saying that's not going to happen to me, but my experience is that just about every man, given the right circumstance, is going to yield, and every one of you is vulnerable." McGovern thought, "There's no way he's talking about me. I just got married. There's no way I'm going to cheat on Eleanor." He had hardly had the thought when the doctor went on. "The most vulnerable guys are going to be you married fellas, because you're used to sleeping with a woman, and they're going to miss it more than the single fellas." Not me, McGovern thought. "Here I was, a new bride," Eleanor later said, "and George was a new bridegroom." They didn't see much of each other, but on occasion the wives could come to the lounge on the base. "The husbands were all carrying books," she recalled. "They insisted that we help them cram for the tests. They'd ask us to test them on this and to test them on that. It was interesting to look around and see all the wives with books in their laps asking their husbands questions for the test." After Muskogee, McGovern went to Coffeyville, Kansas, where he again tramped the streets until he found a kind old lady to rent a room for Eleanor. He got to fly the Basic Trainer 13, a BT-13. It had a radial engine and was a powerful plane that he liked very much. It had a stick, not a wheel. When you opened that throttle and started down the runway, he recalled, that plane just fairly jumped. It had far more power and much more speed than the previous planes he had flown. It brought you definitely to a different level of flying. It required considerably more skill to handle. Not every pilot had that skill. It was at Coffeyville that McGovern saw his first pilot killed. The officer had pulled up too fast on takeoff and stalled into a nose drop. He just hit the runway, just bang. I was standing not too far from there. The fire engines were out in what seemed to me to be nothing flat, but when they pulled him out of the plane, his body was just like a lobster. After completing the 3 months at basic school, McGovern went on to advanced school. It was at that point that his class split, with the men being prepared to become fighter pilots going to one base, the bomber pilots to another. McGovern went to a twin-engine school at Pampa, Texas, in the Panhandle. The AAF used a combination of factors to make the selection. First was the current need for fighter and bomber pilots. Then came the aptitude of the student and his physique. Some men were too big for a fighter cockpit. Further, the AAF assigned to twin-engine advanced school all men with the physical capabilities to handle the heavy controls of the bombers. Finally, and hardly used at all in making the selections, was the cadets' own preference. More men wanted to be fighter pilots, but their numbers exceeded the demand for them. Before leaving to go to Texas, the McGoverns had a little celebration with the couple living in the next apartment. McGovern wrote Pennington. Even Eleanor and I got thoroughly drunk. It was Eleanor's first time and my third. Believe me, I've never seen anything funnier than Eleanor that night. She swears she'll never touch another drop, but I had so much fun watching her and listening to her rattle off Norwegian poetry that I'll probably talk her into it again. She's just as sweet drunk as she is sober, and much more of a comic. At Pampa, McGovern flew the AT-17, Advanced Trainer 17, and the AT-9. It was on the AT-9 that McGovern learned to fly with the instruments on a twin-engine plane. He had a gyro that showed the airplane's attitude, such as nose up or wing down. He learned to fly formation, how to do night flying. He shot landings, setting down, then taking off without cutting the engines or coming to a stop. All kinds of things. He would take off, and his instructor would get him to look out the left window, and then shut down the engine on the right. McGovern had to recover and get the plane back on the level and flying straight ahead with just one engine. Or, coming in for a landing, the instructor would suddenly pull the power on the left engine, producing drag on that side. He would take the AT-9 away from the field and make McGovern find his way back. He had to remember the terrain sufficiently to get to the airfield. In pilotage, navigation techniques involved relating what was on the map to what the pilot saw on the ground. Railroad lines were most helpful. They were called the iron compass. The names of small towns on water towers were excellent navigation aids. So were instruments. The trainees learned how to use them on a Link trainer, a small airplane set on a stand that could simulate actual flight. The hardest part was night flying in formation. The wingman would try to stay in proper position when all he could see was a white light on the tail of the lead plane. If there were no lights on the ground and clouds were overhead, there would be no indication of movement. Because of the number of accidents, Eleanor and the other wives, living alone except on the brief weekends, were worried sick about their husbands. Every time they heard a crash or a fire engine, they were almost petrified that their man had gone down. Not all accidents were fatal, but some were, and none were comical, except once when an air cadet pilot got lost in his formation on a black night. Others were also lost and trying to find the lead plane. It was awful, McGovern said. People were scared to death. So this one pilot saw a little white light ahead. He started flying toward it, thinking that was the light on the wing of the lead plane. After a couple of minutes, his co-pilot tapped him and said, "You're going 400 miles per hour." The AT-9 could only do 150 miles per hour. The pilot realized that what he was doing was mistaking the light, which was in fact on the ground, not from the lead plane, and he had his A-9 in a sharp dive. He pulled back hard, figuring it would pull the plane up, but as McGovern said, that's not the way it works. If a plane is going down and you pull the nose up, the plane keeps mushing down for quite a ways until it loses its downward motion. Exactly that happened. The plane hit the ground, a big pancake in a plowed field. But the pilot, thinking he had hit the lead plane, ordered the co-pilot to bail out. The co-pilot promptly did so, only to discover that his jump from the wing to the ground was over in about 3 feet. He yelled to the pilot, "Don't jump, I'm in a cornfield." The pilots walked back to base. The next day, a truck had to pull the plane out to a grassy spot where it could take off. That night, according to McGovern, "I've never seen a human being so mad or so scared as the colonel in charge." He pulled the trainees into the briefing room, about 150 of them, and said, "I want you sons of bitches to turn around and look at the guy next to you because you're looking at the biggest asshole you're ever going to see in your life, and so is he." The colonel said he ought to wash the entire class out. He called it the worst class ever at Pampa. "There isn't one of you that deserves to get your wings." Just before his graduation, McGovern said he wanted to fly a B-24, but that he would be happy to be a B-17 pilot. At the ceremony, the colonel, who had berated the cadets and characterized them as the worst class ever, said that this was the finest class that had graduated from Pampa. Eleanor was at the airfield to pin on George's wings. The new and exuberant flyers marched past the reviewing stand, singing the AAF song, really belting out the line, "Off we go, into the wild blue yonder." McGovern looked at his assignment. Liberal, Kansas. Eleanor went with him. "I became a camp follower," she later said. 10 weeks here, 12 weeks somewhere else. She again rented a small room and saw her husband on Saturday nights and during the day on Sunday. Learning to fly the B-24. "There's something about that big old lumbering B-24 that I found reassuring," George McGovern said more than a half-century after he had last flown one. The B-17 Flying Fortress, another four-engine bomber that became far more famous, was easier to take off, easier to fly, easier to land, and had other advantages such as it didn't break up or sink when it crash-landed in the sea. But the B-24 was a man's airplane. It could be sternly unforgiving. It always required and sometimes demanded almost superhuman strength to fly. On a long mission, it could wear out even the strongest pilot. I've seen pilots at the end of the mission that were so exhausted they literally had to be lifted out of the pilot's seat by their crew, McGovern recalled, because they couldn't get up. He thanked God for Norm Campanella, who had gotten him into top shape at Carbondale. Until 1944, the B-24 was the biggest airplane in the American fleet and the most expensive. More aluminum was used to build the Liberators than any other craft. "The B-24 has guts," said the AAF in its instruction manual for pilots. "It can take it and dish it out. It can carry a bigger bomb load farther and faster day in and day out than any airplane that has passed the flaming test of combat." It could be sluggish, though. One pilot noted, "That plane took its own good time to do whatever it was going to do." The AAF was not built for defense. Its strategic goal was to carry the war to America's enemies in their homelands. Its fighter force existed for many purposes, such as photographic reconnaissance and tactical support of ground troops by attacking enemy troops and columns, trucks, bridges, and trains on the ground. But primarily, it was in combat to protect the heavy bombers from German or Japanese fighter aircraft. The Liberator had a wingspan of 110 feet. The Davis wing's cross-section was shaped like a raindrop and mounted against the top of the fuselage. It provided outstanding lift and carried self-sealing fuel cells. The fuselage was 66 feet long, 18 feet high. Without a load, the Liberator weighed 32,505 pounds. Its maximum weight with a full bomb load was 60,000 pounds. After improvements, it carried 10 50-caliber machine guns, 2 in the nose, 2 in the top turret, 2 in the tail, 2 in the bottom turret, all power-operated, and 1 manually controlled 50-caliber on each side of the waist. It could reach slightly more than 300 miles per hour, fly as high as 32,000 feet, and had a range of 2,850 miles, all exceeding the B-17's capabilities. It had 4 engines, mostly Pratt & Whitney, rated at 1,200 horsepower, each with a turbo supercharger that increased the mass air charge of the internal combustion engines and was used to compensate for the lower density of air at high altitudes. The propeller blades were as large as a man. The B-24 had a tricycle landing gear, with 1 wheel under the nose, replacing the B-17's tail wheel, with the 2 main wheels under the wings. It had an extensively glazed greenhouse nose. It had 2 bomb bays, each of which could match the B-17's single bay for capacity, and roll-up bomb bay doors, which eliminated buffeting caused by standard doors, which opened below the plane into the airstream. Its original 8,000-pound payload could be configured in 4 ways: 4 2,000-pound bombs, 8 1,000-pound bombs, 12 500-pound bombs, or 20 100-pound bombs. With improvements, the payload rose to 12,800 pounds. The improvements obviously increased the plane's lethality, but they did render it less stable. The B-24s were called flying boxcars because, according to some, they were the boxes in which the B-17s were shipped overseas. Others called them New York Harbor garbage scows with wings, or spam can in the sky, Additional nicknames were Banana Boat, Flying Brick, Pregnant Cow, and the Old Agony Wagon. The most distinguishing feature of the B-24 was its twin tail, much scoffed at by the men who flew the B-17s, as indeed was almost everything about the B-24. But it could carry a larger bomb load for longer distances than the B-17, with a crew of the same size, 10 men. It was an ungainly-looking ship on the ground, but it had a grace of its own in the air. It was almost universally agreed that the B-24 was the hardest plane to fly. The AAF knew that, and its training program reflected the fact. I don't think there's a person alive that could fly a formation of B-24s for 10, 12, 13 hours that wasn't trained the way we were, McGovern declared. I don't think he could do it. The first time McGovern climbed onto the flight deck and sat at his seat, he was confronted by a bewildering sight. There were 27 gauges on the panel, 8 levers for the throttle, turbocharger, and fuel mixture, 4 on the pilot's side on his right, 4 on the co-pilot's side on his left. The wheel, or yoke as it was called, was as big as that on a large truck. There were over a dozen switches, plus brake pedals, rudders, and more. Beyond familiarizing himself with the instruments on the flight deck, McGovern was going to have to learn about the remainder of the craft, from the wheels to the nose to the trailing aerial when in flight, to the top and ball turret and everything inside. Before taking off, he had to do a visual check of the entire plane. Further, he needed to know the responsibilities and operations of every crew member and be capable of doing each of their tasks, from the gunners to the radio man to the engineer to the navigator to the bombardier. Every one of these men were, like the pilots, cramped into the smallest possible position, because in the B-24 no space was wasted. After he got his wings and commission, McGovern went to the AAF base at Liberal, Kansas, for transition training. This would be the next to the last stage of his becoming a B-24 pilot. Because of the heavy losses the bombers had suffered in Europe, particularly on the August 1, 1943 mission against the oil refineries in Ploiești, Romania, the pilot's training time was cut back by a month. McGovern would have one instructor through the program, and he was crucial. When he arrived in Liberal and got Eleanor settled in a room and himself in the barracks, a colonel told him that he would find his name in the operations room on the blackboard underneath the name of his instructor. Along with his classmates, he ran to the board. Each instructor had 4 students chalked in below his name. McGovern's name was right at the top of his list. He saw that First Lieutenant Ray would be his instructor, and wondered if he was related to Norman Ray, the man who had talked him into taking flying lessons back at Dakota Wesleyan. As McGovern was wondering if Ray was related to his college friend, the instructor came into the room, and it was Norman Ray himself. Ray had joined the AAF immediately after completing the course at Wesleyan and been in the service for a year and a half. When he completed his training, he was so good a pilot that the AAF, instead of sending him overseas, had made him an instructor on the B-24 bomber. Didn't surprise me, McGovern said, because the guy just ate, slept, and breathed flying. Ray barely smiled at McGovern, who found out later that Ray had asked for him to be his student. McGovern thought, I can't call him sir, it will make me feel ridiculous. But he thought again and said, Well, sir, I'm glad that I got assigned to you. Ray replied, Well, don't think it's going to be easy, because it isn't. This is a tough course here, and you're not going to find many easy hours here at this field with this airplane. He gave McGovern a hint of a smile, but no flash of recognition at all. And I can tell you, McGovern said, he never gave me one tiny little break, not a bit. If everybody else had to do a maneuver 10 times, I had to do it 15. Once, on a night flight, Ray was teaching him how to use the radio compass on the B-24, how to get back to base, and how to pick up another base and other points, how to navigate with the help of the instruments, and so on. He went over the procedures with McGovern several times. Then, when they were 50 miles or more away from Liberal, he sat back in his pilot's seat and said, Okay, take me home. It was a dark night. There were no lights on the ground. McGovern almost froze. He couldn't remember anything. Nothing worked. Well, George, Ray said, let me put it to you this way. You either take us back to that field or I'm going to wash you out. Ray asked McGovern a couple of questions about his instruments, sort of elementary ones, McGovern recalled. Then it clicked. McGovern remembered what he had been taught and what he needed to do. And after the second question, I knew exactly how to do it. He set a heading, and boy, was I glad when the lights started to twinkle ahead and I could see those runways coming up out of the darkness. It was, just as Ray had warned, hard flying. I can't recall once that he ever let his guard down. At a function after the war, Ray told Eleanor that all I was trying to do was to keep George alive in combat. I figured that the harder I rode him, the better his chances of surviving missions over enemy targets. After completing transition school at Liberal, McGovern moved on to Lincoln, Nebraska. Eleanor lived in yet another rented room, while George lived in the barracks. To his friend in the Army, Bob Pennington, now stationed in England, McGovern wrote, "Eleanor seems to be happier than she has been since I've known her, so things are really working out swell for us. If being married under the handicap of a war is so wonderful, it must be nothing short of marvelous in peacetime. Bob, let's hurry up and get this thing over with so we can really start living again." At Lincoln, McGovern found out who was on his crew. McGovern drew Sergeant Isidore Irving Siegel as his tail gunner. Other gunners were Sergeant William Tex Ashlock from Hereford, Texas, Sergeant Robert O'Connell, nose gunner from Brattleboro, Vermont, and Sergeant William McAfee, ball turret gunner from Port Huron, Michigan. "I always thought the ball turret was the most terrifying place to ride on that plane," McGovern later said. "You're just suspended there above the earth in a glass compartment." One compensation, the ball turret gunner had a fabulous view. Sergeant Ken Higgins was the radio operator. All these men were sergeants because the AAF learned early that when the crews of the B-17s and B-24s of the 8th Air Force bailed out over enemy territory and were taken prisoner, it was German practice to treat sergeants, who became POWs, different from and better than corporals or privates. So the AAF decided that any man who flew over enemy territory should be a sergeant or an officer. Sergeant Mike Valco was listed as McGovern's flight engineer. He was from Bridgeport, Connecticut. McGovern was startled when he saw Valco's age, 33, and thought, "There is no way an old guy like that is going to listen to me." McGovern was 21. That day, McGovern started growing a beard and a mustache so that he would look older. Lieutenant Sam Adams from Milwaukee would be McGovern's navigator bombardier. By this stage of the war, the two functions were done by one man. Lieutenant Bill Rounds would be the co-pilot. McGovern knew their names, ages, and hometowns, but he had not yet met them. Meanwhile, he and Eleanor had a bit of a chance to enjoy married life. One thing, though, she wanted to get pregnant. He asked her, "Eleanor, don't you think it would be better to wait until the war is over?" He was going into combat. But that same point was a motivation for Eleanor. As he said a half-century later, "If there was any doubt at all about my coming back, she wanted to be sure that she had a child, a part of me." Then he thought, well, if that's what she wants, why not? She has followed me to every post I've been at. Every time I moved, she's been willing to be there, and if this is what she wants, so be it. It was critical for each crew to develop and maintain a close bond. They were on their way to being men at war. Their lives would be at stake. Every one of them had to depend, absolutely, on everyone else doing his job right. They had to not only get along with one another, but also to have unquestioning faith in each other. Yet they were thrown together. Before being assigned to their crew, most, if not all of them, had never known anyone else in their airplane. All they had in common was being in the AAF, an unquenchable desire to fly, a never or seldom spoken patriotism, and, overwhelmingly, being young. Most were 22 years old or younger. Except for the pilot and co-pilot, most members of the crew had never before been in a B-24, and they had much to learn. The crews found that just entering their B-24 was difficult. The bombardier, navigator, and nose turret gunner were forced to squat down almost on hands and knees and sidle up to their stations through the nose wheel well of the ship. Inside, the three men had to squeeze themselves into a cramped compartment. The bombardier squatted on a small seat right behind the gunner, where he hunched over the bomb sight or simply sat on the floor. The navigator sat at a tiny retractable stool, really too small to sit on, with the navigator's table holding his charts in front. It was little more than a thin shelf on the bulkhead that separated the nose from the flight deck. At eye level, he could see the feet of the pilot and co-pilot. The other crew members entered the plane by crawling up through the open bomb bay doors, about 3 feet off the ground. Once inside, they would stand upright, step onto the narrow catwalk, then move forward onto the flight deck or back into the waist. The radio man sat at a small desk facing his radio sets just behind and below the co-pilot. The engineer stood between the pilot and co-pilot at takeoff, helping to monitor the engine and fuel gauges. In the air, he took his position behind the pilot and just across from the radio man. When required, he climbed into the top turret where he stood, his feet on a metal bar inches above the radio man's head. The waist gunner, the ball turret gunner, and the tail gunner used the catwalk to get to their positions. The tail gunner, standing on a tiny platform, slipped his legs into the turret. There was not enough room for him to wear his parachute. The waist gunner, 2 before mid-1944, 1 thereafter as the danger from enemy fighter planes diminished, stood. At altitude, the bitterly cold wind howled through the open windows of the waist, making this position and that of the ball and tail turret gunners miserable, covering them and their guns with a thin veil of frost. The ball turret was, as McGovern said, the most physically uncomfortable, isolated, and terrifying position on the plane. The gunner climbed into the ball, pulled the hatch closed, and was then lowered into position. They were suspended beneath the plane, staring down between their knees at the earth. Although all ball turret gunners were small, few of them had enough room to wear a parachute. If a bailout was necessary, they relied on the waist gunner to engage the hydraulic system to raise the turret and help them out and into their parachutes. That is what is called trust. Adding to the extreme discomfort, the B-24 was not pressurized, and at above 10,000 feet the men had to wear their ill-fitting rubber oxygen masks for hours at a time. They wore electrically heated flight suits plugged into rheostats, but when the system shorted out or was damaged, the suits were useless. Thus the men wore, in addition, layers of bulky clothing, which made movement within the claustrophobic aircraft even more awkward and agonizingly slow. At all AAF bases where B-24s were involved in the training, the pace was intense. The practice flying seemed endless. Most dangerous was formation flying at night. A week after arriving in Lincoln, McGovern met his crew. His beard and mustache were just getting started. He was worried about whether or not I could convince the crew that they were safe in the hands of a 21-year-old pilot. His co-pilot, Ralph Bill Rounds, wanted to be a fighter pilot. Everything about the guy said fighter pilot, one of his friends recalled. But the AAF decided against it and washed him out of fighter pilot training. His superiors told him that if he wanted to fly, it would be as a co-pilot on a B-24. He took the option. At first, McGovern was a bit concerned because when Rounds had the controls, he'd try to fly that B-24 like a fighter plane. He'd whip it around and the crew was scared to death of him. But as the practice runs went forward, McGovern came to have great respect for his ability because Rounds became a very good formation flyer. He could tuck that wing right in there and just hold it. On the ground, McGovern discovered just how different the two men were in their personalities. He was a clown if there ever was one, McGovern said of Rounds. You couldn't be around him without laughing. Rounds was a rollicking, fun-loving adventurer with an eye for the women. McGovern marveled at the speed with which he could move from the air base to the business of heavy romance with total strangers. He would listen to Rounds's accounts of his spectacular multiple achievements in a single evening that were vastly beyond my area of experience. Once they were in a car in town with Rounds driving and McGovern in the back seat. Rounds spotted two young women and immediately opened the front door and jumped out of the car in pursuit. He forgot to put on the handbrake, and the car continued rolling down the street. McGovern climbed into the driver's seat and narrowly averted hitting a parked truck. By the time he got the car stopped, Bill was back, with a girl on each arm. Despite their divergent personalities, the two men would be living together, fighting together, and it was critical that they like and respect each other. They did. The other officer in McGovern's crew was the navigator-bombardier, Lieutenant Sam Adams. He was McGovern's age and intended to go to a seminary after the war to study to become a Presbyterian minister. He was quiet in manner, intelligent, well-read, intense. He and McGovern hit it off immediately, and they became close. He was a very deep guy, McGovern said. I could really talk to him. Sergeant Bill McAfee, the ball turret gunner, was happy-go-lucky by nature and already popular with the rest of the crew. Sergeant Ken Higgins, the radio man, had a wit that could deflate pomposity no matter the source. Sergeant Bob O'Connell, the nose gunner, showed at a poker game the night they all met that he was the gambler of the crew. Bob wasn't any older than any of us, one of the crew said, but when he played poker, you would have thought he was 30. Sergeant Bill Ashlock, Tex, the waist gunner, had a soft drawl and a competent manner. The flight engineer, Mike Valco, was the sergeant who, because of his age, 33, had caused McGovern to worry about being his commander. He turned out to be not only the oldest man in the crew, by 10 years, but the shortest, at less than 5'5". He had grown up the hard way in Bridgeport, where he had held a variety of jobs, including roustabout at a carnival. He claimed that he could have done better in life had he been a little taller. He had started drinking at a young age, and he continued to imbibe. Still, McGovern found that he was submissive to the slightest wish I had. He just couldn't do enough to please me. McGovern shaved off his beard and mustache. Sergeant Isidore Siegel, the tail gunner, was the eccentric of the crew. He slept with a loaded .45 pistol under his pillow and was seen walking around the barracks with a bayonet strapped around his middle, but otherwise naked. With 6 enlisted men crowded into one tent, such bizarre behavior was not always welcome. In late June 1944, after a couple of weeks at Liberal, the McGovern crew went to Mountain Home, Idaho, where again their training time was cut by a month in order to get them into combat faster. They practiced formation flying, night flying, practiced bombings using sandbags with a small powder charge and a detonator to indicate where they were hitting, landings and takeoffs, and flew and flew and flew. With the other planes in their group, they would go in formation to the IP, or initial point, where they would make a sharp, sometimes 90-degree turn. The technique was used to get them over the target in a tight formation so that all their bombs, which were released by Adams when he saw the lead plane's bombardier drop his bombs, would come down in the same place, or at least nearby. The further purpose of the technique was to fool the enemy as to their destination. After departing the initial point, no turns or evasive maneuvers could take place, regardless of weather, enemy aircraft, or ground fire. After crossing the initial point and turning, Adams, with his Norden bomb sight, had control of the plane, although McGovern could override him if necessary, and the requirement was to fly straight and level and wingtip to wingtip to make a good pattern. The Adams-McGovern team became proficient at it. Once, while flying in formation, McGovern's squadron was practicing warding off an attack. A 2-engine B-25 dove on the B-24s. The B-24 pilots expected the B-25 to go under their formation, but instead, the plane kept coming and collided head-on with a Liberator. There was an explosion that took out 2 other B-24s. 4 bombers were just gone. Fortunately, they did not have full crews in them, only the gunners and the pilot, but 24 men were dead. McGovern got back to his room, badly shaken, but what happened next made everything worse. Everybody at Mountain Home knew about the crash, but no one knew who had been killed. The base chaplain had the duty of informing the wives of the married men. It was just the most awful night of my life, McGovern said. The chaplain, carrying a list of the men killed, came into the married men's barracks and started knocking on doors. As soon as the wife opened the door and saw him, she screamed. Some of the widows were pregnant. A half-century later, McGovern said, "Just those awful cries of anguish. I can still hear them yet." A few days later, Sergeant Valco reported to McGovern that the crew feared Siegel might do something drastic with his pistol. McGovern made Siegel turn it over along with a knife and sent him to talk to the base psychiatrist. He did, and was declared mentally healthy, but from then on there was intense hostility between Siegel and Valco. Regardless of McGovern's involvement in this matter, Siegel admired him. "Most of your officers at the time," he said years later, "weren't too impressive, but McGovern was mature, a person who commanded respect. From the day I first met him, I liked him." Whatever the truth of Siegel's judgment of AAF officers in general, and most would dispute it, especially as it applied to pilots, in fact, McGovern was one of a large group of men who had been better trained for war than any other. The pilots and their crews were in training longer before being sent to war than even the men in the Navy, and especially those in the infantry. McGovern wrote to Pennington, "I've really got a top-notch crew. They were all pretty green at first, as was their pilot, but we're getting hot, I believe. Incidentally, the boys have decided that since I'm the only married man on the ship, we should name it after Eleanor, the Dakota Queen. The boys seem to think a lot of Eleanor." In September 1944, the AAF judged that the McGovern crew was ready. Orders took the crew to Camp Patrick Henry outside Norfolk, Virginia. There they prepared for shipment overseas, there being no new bombers available to fly over, as most crews going to Europe did, via South America and Africa. They would go by ship. The library at Patrick Henry was a good one, with well over 1,000 paperbacks, then something new in book publishing, given free by the publishing houses to the armed services, and McGovern sat in the reading room devouring all he could. He found some hardback books people had donated, including a big, thick volume by Charles A. and Mary R. Beard, The Rise of American Civilization, another by Burton Hendrick, The Men of the Confederacy, one edited by Norman Cousins called A Treasury of Democracy. These books he liberated, intending to send them back after the war, and stuffed them into his duffel bag to read when he got to his overseas air base. He was not alone. Many others in the various armed services brought books with them to war, to read when they could. Thus the soldiers of democracy. After the war, McGovern wrote the librarian at Patrick Henry, saying he had a guilty conscience and needed to clear it by returning the 3 books. The librarian wrote back, "Dear Lieutenant McGovern, first of all, let me congratulate you on your remarkably good taste in the books you borrowed. Secondly, somewhat sadly, I must tell you that the library has been disbanded and the books given away. This letter is my gift to you of those books." McGovern still has them in his library. The ship took nearly a month to get to its destination, Naples Harbor, Italy. McGovern and his crew members were going to join the 741st Squadron, 455th Bomb Group, 15th Air Force, stationed on the other, Adriatic side of Italy. There, the McGovern crew would meet its B-24. The 15th Air Force. World War II was the greatest catastrophe in history. More people were killed, more buildings destroyed than in any previous or subsequent war. It brought terror and death to millions of civilians, women, children, old men, more millions of soldiers killed in their teens or 20s. It was air power that made it so destructive. That air power was the result of technological improvements in aircraft. Paradoxically, it was also the result of the human desire to escape the slaughter of the trenches along the Western Front in World War I. At the end of World War I, one of the inventors of the airplane, Orville Wright, expressed his view that the aeroplane has made war so terrible that I do not believe any country will again care to start a war. Far from making war unthinkable, the airplane contributed to making it happen. As the Italian soldier and prophetic strategist Giulio Douhet put it, even a rare offensive success on the ground so exhausted the victor that the side which won the most military victories was the side which was defeated. That is what gave air war its appeal. Duhay was its first advocate. In his The Command of the Air, 1921, which was widely translated, he saw heavy bombers as a way to leap over the trenches to bring about decisive results in a breathtakingly short space of time. A large bomber force, in his view, would in a few days lay waste the enemy's cities and cause the civilian population to demand peace at once. As Michael Sherry wrote in his magnificent work, The Rise of American Air Power, air war, like no other weapon in the modern arsenal, satisfied yearnings for blood and punishment among peoples deeply wounded by war and deprived of decisive victories. Charles Lindbergh added greatly to the appeal, especially among Americans. He embodied at once the promise of the machine age and the virtues of frontier individualism, both of which appealed beyond measure to an American people who were more frontier-minded and technologically oriented than anyone else. To them, air power carried a danger to Western civilization, but also a way for their country to act decisively in the next war without having to send millions of young men into the trenches. The airplane was both peril and promise. In the decade before World War II broke out, Hap Arnold and many others in the Army Air Corps strove without let-up to make air power, and especially bombing from the air, the principal weapon of the armed services. They failed. But when America entered the war, they had an opportunity. Although the country hardly put its entire effort into what they called a strategic bombing campaign, after Pearl Harbor it extended itself in that direction to a remarkable degree. The B-17 and the B-24, both developed and manufactured before America's involvement, became the sine qua non of the AAF. The B-17 got the name Flying Fortress, but that could be applied to both airplanes. They bristled with 50-caliber machine guns that were judged sufficient, when the planes flew in formation and therefore could jointly defend themselves from any enemy fighter attack, to justify the idea that the bomber would always get through. The goal was precision bombing that would destroy key enemy targets. The British tried that at the outset of the war, only to discover that daylight raids were far too costly because of German fighters. So they went over to night bombing, making German cities and their civilian population the target. Terror bombing, in short. Neither Arnold nor any other high-ranking member of the AAF was willing to adopt such a policy. They continued to insist on precision, that is, daylight bombing. To make strategic bombing a reality, the AAF created the 8th Air Force, under General Ira Eaker, based in Britain. The heavy bombers of the 8th struck the first offensive blow against the Germans in the summer of 1942 in order to show an American contribution to the European War, but they had been rushed into battle prematurely. In 1942, strategic bombing was a high priority, but a distant reality. Not until 1943, and then in far smaller numbers than the AAF hoped, planned for, and advocated, were bombers from the 8th able to penetrate German airspace. Despite its early failure to live up to its promises, the AAF conducted an extensive propaganda campaign. One writer who took part was John Steinbeck, who was working for the AAF when he produced Bombs Away, the Story of a Bomber Team, in November 1942. Steinbeck wrote that the men of the AAF sprang from the frontier tradition of the Kentucky hunter and the Western Indian fighter. He presented the airman as both individualist and a joiner, a relic of the past and a harbinger of a new era, a free spirit and a disciplined technician, a Democrat and a Superman, Daniel Boone and Henry Ford. The 8th Air Force's heavy bomber offensive was an impersonal sort of war, monotonous in its own peculiar way. Day after day, as weather and the available force permitted, B-17s and B-24s went out, dropped their bombs, and returned to England. The Germans could repair damage almost as fast as Civil War troops could repair railroad tracks torn up by the enemy, and they could, and did, decentralize their industry. So, for the airmen, there was little, if any, visible progress. 8th Air Force bomber crews went back time and again to hit targets they thought they had already demolished. On August 1, 1943, The 8th Air Force carried out what its official historians later called one of the outstanding air operations of the war. Those who participated in it could not agree. It came about because of the frustration of the AAF generals who felt certain that if they could just find and destroy the key German industry, the one on which everything else depended, they could win the war. They tried electrical generators, ball bearing plants, aircraft factories, and other targets, but nothing seemed to work. Then they came up with the idea of hitting Germany's fuel refineries. Surely, without gasoline, the Germans would have to quit. The prime target was Ploiești in Romania. The oil refineries there produced 60% of Germany's crude oil, and crude oil provided 2/3 of Germany's petroleum resources. In April 1943, General Arnold ordered the Plans Division of Headquarters, AAF, to study Ploiești and prepare an attack. Shortly after dawn on August 1, the 177 bombers, carrying 1,725 airmen, took off, passed the island of Corfu, then swung northeast across the mountains of Albania and Yugoslavia. But dumb luck struck. Towering cumulus clouds destroyed the task force's unity. Radio communication might have restored it, but orders were for radio silence to preserve surprise. The initial point was 65 miles from Ploiești. The planes dropped down to 500 feet. They encountered severe fire from the ground defenses and from enemy fighters. In spite of the opposition, the B-24s dropped down to 100 to 300 feet. At anything less than 1,000 feet, the bombers were in danger of being turned wrong side up by the tremendous updraft from their own bombs exploding. They came over the target badly mixed up, and after the first group, the remainder had to drive straight through intense flak, explosions from the ground, flames, and dense black smoke that concealed balloon cables and towering chimneys. Turning away and heading home, they were jumped by enemy fighters. Their attacks continued even when the liberators got over the Adriatic. The AAF generals judged the Ploiești attack a success. Photographs apparently showed that 42% of Ploiești's refining capacity had been destroyed. But by no means was this decisive, because the Germans made up for the lost refining capacity by activating idle units at Ploiești and by speedy repairs to damaged plants. And not until the late spring of 1944 was Ploiești hit again, this time from high altitude. American losses were so heavy that the final judgment must be that the Germans won the battle. 54 planes were lost, almost 1/3 of the attacking force. Lost, too, were 532 airmen. Not all were dead. Some had bailed out of their B-24s as the planes went down. Most of them became POWs. News of the raid and the losses the AAF had sustained spread even across the Atlantic. McGovern was in training at the time and discussed it with his fellow air cadets. "It aroused anxiety on the part of every pilot," he said, "because we realized this was an enormously costly mission. We knew we had to fly 25 or 35 missions, and guys were saying, 'How are you going to survive if you have to go up 35 times against that kind of thing?'" It was because of Ploiești and the heavy losses on many other raids that the AAF sped up the training time for McGovern and his crew and all the others preparing to enter the battle. By the late summer of 1943, American industry was producing enough planes, but there was a bottleneck, not enough combat crews. However, progress was being made on the ground. The Allies had taken Sicily and in September had invaded mainland Italy. By October 5, the Americans had captured the port at Naples, while the British had taken Foggia, which was surrounded by now defunct German and Italian airfields. That opened opportunities for the AAF. From the airfields around Foggia, American bombers could participate in the Combined Bomber Offensive, CBO. Italian-based bombers could hit targets in the Balkans, Czechoslovakia, Austria, and southern and eastern Germany. Ploiești's oil, the Danube River supply route, Wiener Neustadt's industries, and others would be in range of B-17s and B-24s. Along with fighter aircraft, The heavy bombers could support Allied ground armies as they continued their drive north, up the peninsula. At the end of November, with an advanced echelon already established at Bari, on the Adriatic south of Foggia, staff officers and other supporting personnel began moving to Bari. On December 1, the 15th Air Force opened its headquarters there, where it would stay until the end of the war. Initially, it consisted of 6 heavy bomber groups and 2 fighter groups, but it would soon become the second largest air force in the world, behind only the 8th in total numbers of planes and personnel. By April 1944, it had 21 heavy bomber and 7 fighter groups. Even on Moving Day, December 1, 1943, the 15th struck a blow, bombing ball-bearing factories, bridges, and railway facilities in northern Italy. But the next night, the Luftwaffe sent a flight of bombers to Bari. About 30 Allied ships were being unloaded, and when darkness fell, lights were turned on to keep the unloading on schedule. At 7:30 p.m., the German bombers struck. In 20 minutes, without loss to themselves, they left 19 transports destroyed and 7 severely damaged. 2 ammunition ships received direct hits, as did a tanker carrying oil, causing an immense fire. Over 1,000 workers were killed, and it took several weeks to bring the port back to full operation. Welcome to the war. The 15th went to work anyway. Just before Christmas 1943, it carried out a mission against the Messerschmitt plant at Augsburg. In the new year, it supported American landings at Anzio, south of Rome. In these and other missions, it used the new Sperry bomb sight, plus radar, which allowed the lead bomber to pinpoint the target through cloud or smoke cover, or so at least it was hoped. In February, the 15th joined with the 8th in the first coordinated attack of the U.S. Army Strategic Air Forces in Europe. It was the big week when the 8th and 15th targeted German aircraft factories and a ball-bearing plant at Steyr, Austria. On the last day of the big week, more than 1,000 bombers, a record from the 2 air forces, struck Regensburg, Augsburg, Fürth, and Stuttgart. The damage done was frightful to behold. So were the losses. On the record-breaking day, 64 bombers were lost, 33 of them from the 15th. The week's total cost to the 15th was 90 aircraft and their crews. Through March, April, and May, the 15th stayed at it. In that period, it received 25 sets of the new APS-15 radar, known as Mickey, complete with operators. On D-Day in Normandy, June 6, 1944, the 15th raided Ploiesti again, then again on June 23 and 24, and again on July 9 and 15. Losses mounted. 10 B-24s on one mission, 14 on another, 20 on another, 46 on the July missions, this out of a force of between 200 and 300 bombers. On June 8, an order was issued that remained in force until the war ended. The primary aim of the 8th and 15th Air Forces would be to deny oil to the enemy. Following that order, Ploiesti and other oil refineries were the major targets. After the April attacks, the Germans began to experiment with a new defensive measure, which for at least a time worked well. Whenever their warning system indicated the approach of the 15th's air fleets over Yugoslavia heading toward Romania, the Germans would use the time available to them before the bombers were over Ploiesti, about 40 minutes, to light hundreds of smoke pots around the refineries, so that when the bombers were over the target, most of the area would be concealed. As a counter, the 15th began using more radar-equipped leading planes and raised its level of accuracy. But the German counter was to move additional anti-aircraft batteries into and around Ploiesti, along with fighter aircraft, making it the third best defended target on the continent. Second was Vienna, also a crude oil refinery site often struck by the 15th. First was Berlin. The 15th countered with new techniques, most of all the use of diamond-shaped formations that gave some additional security to the bombers and greater precision in its attacks. The losses the 15th inflicted on the German refineries vastly aggravated the fuel crisis faced by the Germans, bringing the enemy's fuel position to the point of catastrophe. In his memoirs, Inside the Third Reich, the Nazi production czar, Albert Speer, said, "I could see the omens of the war's end almost every day in the blue southern sky when the bombers of the American 15th Air Force crossed the Alps from their Italian bases to attack German industrial targets." 8th Air Force attacks on the armaments industry, especially tank, truck, and aircraft factories inside Germany, also led to shortages for the enemy. Strategic bombing was paying off. Yet American losses mounted. The airmen suffered greatly, from the intensive scale of operations, from high operational losses, sometimes from the lack of sufficient fighters for escort, from the almost unbearable pace of missions on consecutive days. Morale was so low that rumors were widespread in the AAF about pilots and crews landing in neutral Sweden or Switzerland, not because their bomber was so badly damaged that it could not return to base, but just to get out of the war. This was the situation into which George McGovern and his crew, along with all the other replacements and reinforcements, were headed. McGovern would be joining the 741st Squadron, 455th Bomb Group in September 1944. The group also included the 740th, 742nd, and 743rd Squadrons. It was based at San Giovanni Field near Cerignola, Italy, a bit south of Foggia. The 455th shared the base with the 454th Bomb Group, both being part of the 304th Bomb Wing. The 455th's emblem was the vulgar vulture. Walt Disney Studios in Hollywood did the artwork. It was a vulture with a bomb in its talons. The emblem, often called a patch, was worn on the left breast of flight jackets by the crews. The group's tail marking had a black-colored diamond shape on the upper half of both vertical stabilizers and yellow-painted lower stabilizers and rudders. The squadron symbols were on the upper rudders, a black rectangle for the 740th, a black four-leaf clover for the 741st, a black diagonal stripe for the 742nd, and a black horizontal stripe for the 743rd. The aircraft had their numbers painted on both sides of the rear part of the fuselage. These markings were necessary during rendezvous to ensure that the plane joined the proper group formation. McGovern would become part of a war that, after Rome was liberated on June 5 and after D-Day in Normandy on June 6, every participant in Italy, whether on the ground, at sea, or in the air, would call the Forgotten War. For the men of the 15th, what they resented most was the maximum publicity given to the 8th Air Force. This was not only because it was bigger and had more of the glamour bombers, the B-17s, but also because reporters preferred England to the Italian campaign. Movie star Jimmy Stewart flew as a squadron leader in a B-24 for the 8th and was generally regarded as an absolute top pilot. Clark Gable also flew with the 8th, as did many youngsters soon to be famous, including reporters Andy Rooney and Walter Cronkite. This led to even more publicity for the 8th. In the little less than a year and a half that the 15th was in operation, it had 3,544 B-24s and 1,407 B-17s. Of these, 1,756 B-24s and 624 B-17s were shot down in combat. Cerignola, Italy. In 1492, Christopher Columbus became the first Italian-born man to set foot in the New World. Over the 450 years that followed, hundreds of thousands of Italians came to America in his wake. From 1943 to 1945, 1 million and more Americans, many from Italian-American families, others whose parents or grandparents or ancestors had been born elsewhere in Europe or in Asia or Africa, came to Italy. They were mainly young men, overwhelmingly in the armed services of the United States. They came not to settle and start a new life, not to conquer, but to undertake an air offensive against Germany and its satellites, to drive the German occupiers from Italy, to liberate the country and allow it to choose its own government. They came to the mainland right after the Italians had overthrown Benito Mussolini, but evidence of his 2-decade rule was all about them. Italy was in ruins. By 1943, it was a country of old men, women, and children, almost all of them hungry, ill-clad, suffering medically, and in nearly every other way. What Mussolini had not done, the Germans did. In their retreat north, after the Allied invasion of the mainland in September 1943, the Germans had taken with them damn near everything, virtually all food, wine, vehicles of every type, whether horse-drawn or machine-powered or pushcart, artworks, whatever they could carry. One afternoon in September 1944, George McGovern and his shipmates arrived in Naples Harbor. From the deck, they could see dozens of little boys lined up on the wharf, holding out their hands and yelling in broken English, "Babe Ruth," or "Hershey bars," or "Gum." Just as the Americans began to reach into their pockets, the ship's loudspeaker came alive, and the captain said, "Now look, nobody throw anything to these children. These kids are starving, and a couple of days ago an American ship came in here and the soldiers started throwing candy bars and the kids jumped into the water to get some, and several of them drowned. We don't want to repeat that. We came to help these people, not to drown their kids. Don't throw anything. I mean anything." McGovern recalled them as spindly-legged kids with pale faces, and he admitted, "This was my first exposure to people on the edge of starvation." Outside Naples that night, in an AAF base, he could hear mothers scrounging around in the garbage cans looking for scraps of food that they could take home to their kids. The American soldiers had come out of the Depression. Many of them had been deprived, but none of them had ever known anything like this. To the Italians, they were incredibly rich. Their uniforms were far better than those of the Italian army and much superior to those of the German army. They had what seemed to be unbelievable quantities of food, gasoline, weapons, trucks, jeeps, airplanes, tents, medical supplies, cameras, money, movies and projectors, and more. McGovern and the hundreds of other AAF reinforcements and replacements boarded trucks for the drive across Italy, almost straight east, to the airfield some 5 miles outside Cerignola, about 20 miles southwest of Foggia. Cerignola was reputed to have been a center for Mussolini's fascist party and had become a place of refuge for Italians fleeing the frequent Allied bombing of Foggia. Before the war, it had been a town of 25,000, but by 1944 it contained about twice that, none of them young men. The name Cerignola meant land of cereals, and it was thus the origin of the word Cheerios. It grew hard wheat, the best in Italy and possibly the best in the world for making pasta. The Romans stored the wheat in the ground, silos in reverse. They covered the holes with wood that kept the water out when it rained. There are still 600 such storage places in and around Cerignola today, all with Roman numbers on them. According to local people, this is the only place in the world where hard grain was preserved in this way. Mussolini, however, had sapped Cerignola's resources for his army, and in 1944 one could not tell that it had once been a major agriculture center for the Romans. Although it was generally flat and fertile, with plenty of rain, by 1944 almost nothing was cultivated there. The olive trees were neglected. The people were even worse off. An AAF medical officer wrote a description. The town was a reservoir of malaria, venereal disease, and dysentery, with flies and mosquitoes to ensure spread. The streets were filled with pot-bellied bambinos, openly defecating in emulation of their elders, because there was no sewer system or toilets. They ate food, when they could get it, on the black market, obtained from fly-infested fruit stands and vermin-filled butcher shops where rotten meat was the rule. There were no medicines. The death rate among children was appalling. The splenic index was 40%, and malaria was a children's disease. All the adults had it long since. Avitaminosis, tuberculosis, and frank starvation were everywhere. The only music to be heard was the sound of a passing funeral, and that band had a full-time job. When the Germans retreated and the British Eighth Army swept past, the people of Cerignola hoped they were out of the war. They were not. In January 1944, when the AAF arrived to transform the area around Cerignola into a major airfield, an incredible storm of activity began. Massive numbers of ground support vehicles and huge amounts of materiel arrived. There were more than 2,000 young men at the base from the 455th and the 456th bomb groups. Army olive-drab tent cities sprang up among the olive groves, along with massive amounts of ground support equipment, fuel, bombs, ammunition, food, medicines, and other supplies, which continued to arrive daily. The people of Cerignola began to learn about the way Americans made war. They had never seen anything to match it. To provide adequate space and runways for the B-24s and B-17s, the Americans brought in bulldozers. They leveled what had once been wheat fields. Engineers laid down steel matting for the 4,800-foot runway and made taxiways and hard stands. They did not bother to make hangars. All maintenance, repairs, and other work on the bombers was done in the open from the first and until the end of the war. At first, the enlisted men of the 741st slept in the big plywood boxes that lined the bomb bays in which baggage was placed in the B-24s for the flight over to Italy. You can't imagine those living conditions, Lanford said. Lieutenant Colonel Horace W. Lanford, 25 years old, was the first commander of the 741st Bomb Squadron. The only tent was used as a mess tent. The men had to stand in line to have their mess kit filled, and when it rained, as it often did, they had to run for cover. Lanford hired local labor to put up a mess hall made of stone. In the process, he learned that one of the residents was reporting on what went on at the airfield to the Germans. One night, during construction, the German propaganda broadcaster, nicknamed Axis Sally by the Americans, who liked to listen to her program because she played American music, said, "We see you down there, 741st Squadron, building your mess hall. You'll never get to use it. We'll bomb it before it's complete." The Germans never did bomb it. McGovern, Rounds, and Adams's tent was located near two of the more elaborate tents that were occupied by veterans who were close to the end of the 35 missions required to go home. McGovern met one of the pilots for the first time when he and Rounds went for a joyride in a liberated Jeep. Rounds was driving at high speed. He flew down between the tents, turned a corner on two wheels, caught one of the ropes from the veteran's tent, and the ensuing rip tore the tent in half. The stove, uniforms on hangers, shelves of books, magazines, and photographs all flew into the olive grove. Climbing out of the Jeep, McGovern saw an aging pilot with heavy circles under his eyes, who had to be at least 25, walking over to the vehicle. His name, McGovern found out later, was Captain Howard Surbeck. His voice quaking with rage, Surbeck said, "You two sons of bitches will never make it through combat. I should kill you right now." Rounds and McGovern spent the rest of the day putting up a new tent for him. "So," McGovern recalled with a laugh, "that's the way I broke into the 741st Squadron area." Rounds was nonetheless unstoppable in his practical jokes. One night, shortly after the incident with the Jeep, he rolled a 55-gallon drum of fuel oil into the middle of the squadron area, set it on fire, and shouted, "Enemy raid." There were cries of panic and anguish all around, except from Rounds, who was laughing. Adams was different. a capable, highly conscientious technician. He wanted only to do his part in winning the war, then get back to Milwaukee as quickly as possible to begin his studies to become a minister. He and McGovern talked almost always, it seemed, about everything. Adams spent what idle hours he had writing long letters home, cleaning his equipment, reading, or simply lying on his cot thinking. McGovern also did a lot of reading and writing letters to Eleanor. After he began flying in combat, he always put in a number, which seemed innocent enough to the censors, but each one was the number of missions he had flown. Eleanor knew that 35 was the magic number. When George had completed 35 missions, he could come home. The food may have been the envy of the people of Chirignola, but it was never close to the standards the Yanks were accustomed to eating. Powdered eggs were the breakfast staple, served in various forms, often scrambled. But no matter what was done with the eggs, most of them ended up in the garbage can. Sometimes there was oatmeal, but it was on the rubbery side, and Lieutenant Roland Pepin of the 741st was convinced that what wasn't consumed was used to repair the planes, as it was gooey and sticky enough to be useful. At noon and in the evening there was canned food, stewed prunes, hash heated in garbage cans, and meat, which was mostly Spam, called mystery meat. Like nearly every serviceman in the armed forces of the United States, the AAF men at Chirignola came to hate the sight of Spam. This was true even at the very top. After the war, General Eisenhower met the president of the Hormel Company and thanked him for the Spam, then added, with a grin, "But did you have to send us so much of it?" At Chirignola, the alternative to Spam was canned Vienna sausages. After a month of eating them, one of the men tacked a proposal on the squadron ready room door, offering to stop bombing Vienna if its people would stop sending their sausages. Whenever weather prevented a mission, which happened often, some of the men would try to break the monotony at the base by going into town. The AAF sent in a truck every half hour or so, which would then wait at an intersection so guys going back had a ride. There was a Red Cross club across the street from the cathedral, with a movie theater for the Americans, a pool table, books, and cards. The men had ample money. They were paid in Allied military currency, which at 1 penny to the lira was the legal tender for occupied Italy. To the initial surprise of the Yanks, there were barbers all along the streets, usually small boys with straight razors. Lieutenant Donald Currier noted that, as poor as the people were, many of the Italian old men went to the barber for their shave every day. It was a male ritual. For a hot bath, unavailable at the base, the men went to a public bath at Chirignola. They brought their own soap and towel. The cost was 25 lira. The AAF men would bring their laundry into town, where, for a few lira, the local women would wash it and hang it out to dry, then fold it. Sergeant Anthony Picardi of the 742nd Squadron got to visit Volcherara Erpina, the village where his mother, father, and oldest sister were born. As we arrived in the village square, people were pointing and asking questions. "Sono Americani? Are you American?" I answered back yes, in Italian. They ran off to seek my relatives and tell them that I had arrived from America. I never knew I had so many relatives in Italy. I met my uncle, aunt, and cousins. Everyone was happy, hugging and kissing. I met my grandmother, who was 90 years old at the time. That was the first and last time I would ever see her. She embraced me and said, "Figlio mio, my son." It was a very emotional moment. I could not, for the love of me, figure out how she recognized me. She said I had my father's face, and she knew immediately who I was. Picardi handed out gifts: candy, sugar, coffee, cigarettes, and more. He had saved the items from his purchases at the PX for the occasion. Francesco Musto was born in Chirignola in 1928, the oldest of what became a family of 9 children. His father was a skilled electrician, but his house had no running water. His mother bought the water in containers brought to her from the town fountain by small boys. After 1939, there was no salt at all, no sugar for months, and often no milk. As a boy, Musto would ride his bike for 10 kilometers to a farm to get a bit of milk for his 1-year-old sister. In his memory, the townspeople had little or no contact with the German occupiers of Italy, and nothing the Germans did impressed them. The Americans, however, opened our minds in an incredible way. Musto recalls that when the AAF came, I can remember that for 3 weeks, 3 full weeks, on the road outside our house for 24 hours a day, we had a continuous flow of everything: trucks, jeeps, tanks, amphibious vehicles, everything. Then, in just a few days, the Americans built their airfield. They put up their tents, made the briefing room and headquarters building, and more. They threw away a lot. Musto managed to salvage a radio and other items. So I discovered an entire world of new products, technologies, services. On the radio, he listened to something I had never heard before: the music of Glenn Miller. Like everyone else, he loved it. There were some romances between American servicemen and the local women, and at least 100 marriages resulted. But there were many women selling themselves. In Musto's memory, there were too many girls doing what they should never have been doing. There was a terrible degradation of morality. There were many Italian Americans in the AAF, most of whom spoke Italian, but not well, at least according to Musto. He said, "They spoke some horrible dialects that we couldn't understand. They were dialects used more than a century previous." As for food, the first thing that the Americans brought was the very white bread. White, incredibly white like milk. The second thing that impressed Musto was the variety. The people of Cirignola were accustomed to dried fava beans with chicory and a little bit of olive oil, and sometimes fish from the sea. But the Americans brought in Spam, peanut butter, chocolate, and so much more. As far as Musto was concerned, this was modernity. The new world was this one. According to Giovanna Pistachio Colucci, a 25-year-old married woman and mother in 1944, everything about the Americans was fantastic, marvelous. When the Americans arrived, it was a joyous celebration. The Red Cross was here, the children got covers for their beds, they had clothes, jackets. The Americans also brought medicines. She recalled that the day before the Germans fled and the Americans moved in, a group of Italian soldiers, deserters, unarmed local boys, appeared in Cirignola. The Germans killed them all and put their bodies into one of the Roman granaries. Today, the Cirignola cemetery has a monument to these boys. Many local people can never forgive the Germans for the atrocity. But, Colucci said, we have a beautiful memory of the Americans. As for politics, there was little discussion by the people of Cirignola. Many who had been fascists in the 1930s changed their minds. The one topic everyone agreed upon was how crazy Mussolini must have been to get into the war. Look at Spain, people would say. It is a fascist country, but General Franco keeps Spain out of the war. Why didn't Mussolini? According to Musto, Italy made 2 mistakes. First, entering the war. Second, entering on the wrong side. The Americans were not in Italy to sightsee or romance or drink or otherwise have fun. They were there to engage the Germans in combat, not on the ground or at sea, but in the air. That gave them some privileges, such as cots to sleep on, hot, if not very good, food prepared by cooks, time off, faster promotions, and more. They were grateful that they were not in the infantry, sleeping in foxholes and being shot at, or in the Navy, cooped up on a ship for interminable voyages, going wherever the captain directed, almost never seeing the enemy except in the air, yet still taking great risks that, when a ship got destroyed, led to the death by wounds or drowning of almost every one of their mates. Except for a tiny number of volunteers, no one wanted to be in a submarine. But it was the case in World War II that the U.S. servicemen in the Navy were glad they were where they were, instead of in a foxhole or a bomber, while those in the infantry wanted no part of flying. They liked keeping their feet on the ground. Virtually every sailor or soldier shuddered at the thought of being in an airplane when it got hit by enemy fighters or flak. For the men of the AAF flying the planes, Death was a constant threat. Lieutenant Capps of the 456th Bomb Group arrived in Chirignola in January 1944. That month, he celebrated his 21st birthday. There were 3 other young officers with him, Lieutenants Douglas S. Morgan, Gale J. Scritchfield, and Edward J. Hefner. Morgan and Scritchfield were fellow pilots. Hefner was a bombardier. They shared a camaraderie. We were all very young, eager, patriotic, and anxious to begin the great adventure of flying combat missions. At first, they were fed by the 301st Bomb Group mess kitchens. Capps never forgot the faces of the 301st crew members when they arrived in the mess tent where he was eating after returning from a mission into Germany. They all looked stunned, strained, emotionally drained, and very fatigued. They talked amongst themselves about how their buddies had been shot down on the mission, the number of parachutes they had seen coming from the falling planes, and planes that had blown up without any chance of men bailing out. The looks and talk of the returned crew brought a sense of reality to Capps, but still, I didn't believe that I was going to be one that was shot down, and I couldn't wait to get into combat. Within 4 months of his arrival at Chirignola, all 3 of Capps' friends, Morgan, Scritchfield, and Hefner, were gone. Each had a violent death in crashes in their B-24s. Beyond the many B-24s shot down, there was sudden death from accidents. Shortly after arriving in Italy, Sergeant Kenneth Higgins, McGovern's radio operator, saw one. Right after taking off, the pilot was supposed to hit the brake pedals to keep the landing gear's wheels from spinning as they retracted. But on this occasion, the Liberator was not yet airborne when the pilot hit the brakes, and the plane nosed over and plowed into the ground. All the men in the front of the aircraft were killed. Another time, a B-24 came in to land. It had a bomb hung up in the bomb bay, but the pilot, who should have checked to make sure all the bombs had dropped, had not. The bomb fell out when he landed, went off, and blew the whole plane into pieces. The whole crew burned, Higgins recalled. I mean, they were just charred ashes. Once a bomber gained altitude, the crew had some chance of survival when things went wrong. Some managed to get out of a doomed Liberator, pull the ripcord on their parachute, and land safely. Some of them managed to bail out over neutral Switzerland or Yugoslavia, where, if they were lucky enough to join with Tito's partisans, they could return to Italy. But many, perhaps most, became prisoners of war. Until the Battle of the Bulge in December 1944, the Germans held far more AAF men as prisoners than they did American infantry. Once a man was captured, he was out of the control of the AAF, but he was still in the military and subject to military discipline. The POWs hated the experience, but most of them managed to live through it without compromise. Pilot Lieutenant Walter Shostak of the 741st Squadron was one of them. He was on his 4th mission over a refinery in Austria when the plane he was flying took a direct hit from a flak shell that exploded on the B-24's nose, killing the bombardier and nose gunner instantly. The plane began to lose altitude so badly that it was about to crash into a mountain. Shostak ordered the crew to bail out. They were now over Yugoslavia, and all of them, including Shostak, parachuted down safely. But 3 of them were shot on the ground by SS troops who claimed they were terrorists. They didn't give them a chance. Alone, Shostak managed to hide for a week. He hooked up with some of Tito's partisans, and they were helping him to escape, but, unfortunately, they stopped at a farmhouse, and a boy ran to tell partisans fighting for the Germans. They found Shostak in the attic. When they discovered that he was an American, they gave him an apple. Shostak had grown up speaking Russian, which is similar to Serbian. The Serbians said they were not fighting the Americans, they were fighting the communists. That was a bit ironic to Shostak, whose family had left Russia to get away from the communists. As he noted, you really couldn't tell who was who in that war without a program. Eventually, Shostak was taken to Frankfurt, where he underwent interrogation. The German asking the questions was, of all things, a former used car salesman from Detroit. It was mid-1944, and, as Shostak put it, he knew by then that the war was lost, so he gave me some tea and cookies. The German really was hoping to loosen Shostak's tongue, but unfortunately for him, having been shot down on our 4th mission, I didn't know anything. Shostak was sent to Stalag Luft 3. It was a large camp. Prisoners in it before Shostak arrived had dug a tunnel, and some 60 of them managed to wiggle through it and escape. But, unfortunately for them, the Germans rounded up most of them, brought them back, and shot them in front of the other POWs. So they stopped digging tunnels, and for Shostak there was nothing to do except play cards, wonder when the next meal was coming, and wait for the end of the war. Because of the German respect for rank, Lieutenant Shostak and the other officers had a little easier time of it as compared to the enlisted men. Officers were not made to work. The prison barracks were divided into 12 tiers. Each tier had 12 beds, 4 beds, 3 layers high. There were 144 men in Shostak's barracks, 1 stove at one end and 1 faucet with cold water at the other. That faucet was the sanitary facility. There was a latrine outside, but the POWs had to get permission from a guard to use it. Rations were miserable. The bread was made apparently from sawdust, and there was only 1 piece of it per man. The guards would set the ration down outside the door. The Germans did hand out coffee, but as far as Shostak could tell, it was made from ground-up acorns. Once a week, if he was lucky, he got a piece of horse meat. Occasionally, the American POWs received Red Cross parcels with food, but there was a contingent of Russian prisoners next to Stalag Luft 3, and if the Americans thought they had it bad, all they had to do was look at the Russians to know what true misery was. So, they would divide their Red Cross parcels and throw half of the food over the fence to the Russians. The Red Cross also sent cigarettes, which did a world of good when it came to trading for food. The Germans would barter anything they had for American cigarettes. The POWs had a radio hidden in a tin can, which allowed them to keep aware of what was going on. The main thing they wanted to know was, how close are the Allies to our camp? On April 29, 1945, just as they were being liberated, they got the American Armed Forces Network on the radio. The first thing they heard was a popular song, "Don't Fence Me In." Given where he had been for almost a year, Shostak thought the words were kind of comical. Shostak's final judgment was, war is a terrible thing, and anybody that tells you otherwise was probably a supply sergeant somewhere in the middle of Kansas who had no idea what combat is about. As far as he was concerned, it was just something we had to go do. In the end, I loved my crew, and that's about all I loved. War is not a joyful experience. Decades later, he enjoyed watching war movies. His wife asked him how come he did, as he hated war so much. I explained that while watching a war movie, there is no danger of getting shot, and you can concentrate on the storyline and not worry about a piece of flak coming through the windshield. In the 741st Squadron, there were 12 B-24s and 23 crews. That meant 46 pilots and co-pilots, plus more than 50 other officers. When McGovern arrived, many had been in combat, while others, like himself, were waiting to go. Whether in the Officers' Club or the Airmen's Club for enlisted men, the newcomers would sit quietly and listen to the talk of the veterans who had just returned from a mission. McGovern listened hard and thereby picked up tips on flying a B-24 in combat. The talk was about what had happened, how the plane performed, what the German flak was like, and other details. Always they discussed how many parachutes they had counted coming from a plane going down, but not about who had made it out of the doomed craft and who had not. They assumed that a parachute meant the man had landed safely, but they had no idea whether he had escaped and was on his way back to Italy, or had been made a POW, or had been killed on the ground. The AAF had a rule that enlisted men and officers were not allowed to fraternize, which was why the officers had their own club at Chirignola, the enlisted men another. But their tents were next to each other. They ate together. Most of the time they went into each other's clubs. The clubs had beer, usually warm, and soft drinks. The vast majority of the men did not indulge in even the beer on the night they were listed for a mission in the morning. Most officers and the sergeants considered the non-fraternization rule absurd. The crew went wherever the pilot took them, and he went wherever the bomb group commander told him to go. It was the same with an infantry platoon or a naval crew on a destroyer or other ship of war. They had the need for togetherness to bind them. On the ground as in the air, they shared. Whatever the pilot's age or number of missions, they all looked up to him, trusted him, would do whatever he told them to do. On the 50th anniversary of VE Day, I was with former Sergeant Joe Heller, a bombardier with the 12th Air Force and the author of Catch-22. Heller told me, "I never had a bad officer." Astonished, I said, "Joe, you created Major, Colonel Cathcart, General Dreedel, Lieutenant Minderbinder, and so many others. Everybody in the world knows about them. How can you tell me you never had a bad officer?" "They are all invention," he replied. "Every single officer, from when I went into the service, to going over to Italy, to flying the missions, to when I got discharged, every one of them was good." In the course of interviewing George McGovern for this book, I told him what Heller had told me. McGovern agreed. "That's my experience," he said. "I was impressed by the pilots, the bombardiers, the navigators, right across the board, and with the operations officers and our group commander. I thought they were a superior bunch of men, and I can honestly say I don't recall a bad officer. All through combat, I had confidence that our officers were doing the very best they knew how. If they made mistakes, they weren't foolish mistakes. Our officers were superb." Learning to fly in combat. The AAF policy in the fall of 1944 was to have the pilots fly their first 5 combat missions as co-pilots with a veteran and an experienced crew. McGovern was, in his words, lucky because his pilot was Captain Howard Surbeck of Washington State. He was older, 24 years old to McGovern's 22, and he had circles under his eyes, and he was obviously feeling the strain of combat. He had flown 25 missions when McGovern flew with him. It was his tent that Lieutenant Rounds, with McGovern on board, had torn in half with his Jeep, but Surbeck never mentioned it to McGovern. Surbeck let McGovern do quite a bit of the flying from his co-pilot's seat, sometimes half the mission. The experience taught McGovern more about what it's like to have all that gear on, and to go to 25,000 feet in sub-zero temperatures, and stay in formation, and get shot at, and all the other things that go with combat missions. Surbeck brought me along. McGovern's first mission was November 11, 1944, Armistice Day. The night before, he checked and saw his name on the assignment sheet. The morning began for him when the operations sergeant came into his tent at 4 a.m. to wake him. On his first 5 missions, Rounds and Adams could stay in the sack, as they were not going. McGovern went to the mess hall for a powdered egg breakfast. Then he climbed into a truck for the drive to the group's operations room for the briefing. At the door, an MP examined his identification and checked his name on the assignment sheet, then opened the door so McGovern and those from his truck could enter. Inside, the 300 or so crew sat on planks placed over cinder blocks. When a staff officer announced that they were all present and accounted for, the door was locked. The group commander by the fall of 1944 was Colonel William Snowden. He was in his mid-40s, a grandfather figure to the pilots and crews. He had gray hair, but a commanding presence. McGovern said he had the total confidence of everyone in our group, a good man and a good leader. Just the way he moved around, he was reassuring without being condescending. When Colonel Snowden strode in, everyone stood at attention. Snowden climbed onto the platform, put the men at ease, and after saying good morning, motioned to a member of his staff to pull a drawstring. Behind the curtain was a large map of southern and central Europe. The pilots and crew members saw their route and the target drawn on the map with erasable marks. When it was Vienna or Munich or any other target known to be well defended by anti-aircraft guns, or if it was 4 or more hours flying time from Cerignola, a dismal groan slowly became audible. But on this occasion there were murmurs of approval, because the target was Linz, Austria, not so terribly far away, without any known anti-aircraft batteries to fly over, and not so well protected itself. It could be what the men called a milk run. Later in the war, Linz would become one of the most heavily defended targets in Europe. Colonel Snowden got the men to quiet down and gave way to the weather officer, who described what the cloud cover and winds were likely to be over Linz. Then he went over conditions on the route and what to expect on the way home and what it would be like over Cerignola when they got back. Next, the operations officer described the nature of the marshalling yards they were going after and explained that the mission was important because the Germans were moving men and materiel through Linz on their way to the Italian front. He warned the pilots and bombardiers to make every possible effort to avoid hitting the cultural sites and educational buildings. By this stage of the war, the bombardiers in the squadron would toggle their switches when they saw the lead plane, with the best navigator and bombardier, drop its bombs. Next, the men were told who would be the pilot of the lead plane. He was always a good pilot. Sometimes he was a major, but often Colonel Snowden would lead the missions. When that happened, the men would again murmur their approval. The briefing would conclude with the group chaplain leading them in a prayer. Dismissal came from Snowden, but only after he had the men hack their watches. They would pull the stems of their watches when the second hand reached 12. Snowden would have them set the minute and hour hands to correspond to his, then count to 10 and call hack, and they would push the stems back in. They filed out of the briefing room to go to another briefing, one for the pilots and co-pilots, another for radio operators, another for navigators and bombardiers, still another for gunners. The men climbed into trucks for the ride to the storage sheds just off the runway where their flying equipment and parachutes were located. Each crew got out and dressed for the mission. They were going up to 20,000 feet or even higher, and it was going to be cold up there, between 20 and 50 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. McGovern and the others pulled on heavy winter underwear. Next, they put on long wool socks and a wool military uniform, slacks and shirts, olive drab. Then a leather jacket and leather trousers, both lined with sheepskin. Then sheepskin-lined heavy boots. Big, heavy, silk-lined leather gloves followed. The sheepskin-lined helmet came down over the ears. Surbeck and McGovern wore Colt .45 automatics in a shoulder holster, then put on backpacks containing their parachutes. The other crew members picked up their parachutes in chest packs, which they carried into the plane by hand. They could snap them on if needed. The parachute packers made their standard joke when giving them out. "If it doesn't work, bring it back and I'll give you another." Dressed, they walked to their plane on its hard stand. Surbeck, accompanied by the chief of the ground crew, walked around the B-24, checking it out visually. The navigator, bombardier, radio man, and gunners would check out their equipment. Later, when the plane had gotten up to 10,000 feet, the pilots and crew put on their oxygen masks. It covered the nose. They plugged cords from their electrically heated flight suits into an outlet on the plane. The 4 engines created the power for the electricity. They could adjust the heat, turning it down a little or up a bit as needed. Below 15,000 feet, the crew took off their oxygen masks. Surbeck and McGovern kept theirs on until they were down to 10,000 feet. At that altitude, all the smokers lit their cigarettes. The smoke was so thick it looked like there was a fire. The bombs had been loaded during the night into the bomb bay by the ground crew led by an ordnance officer. They assembled the bombs by taking the stabilizing fins, stored in a separate box, and screwing them on the bombs. Using winches and tractors, the ground crews had hoisted the unwieldy, blunt-nosed 500-pound bombs into their racks. They were inserted into the B-24's womb in a horizontal position and attached to the metal racks. They had a cardboard tag between the bomb and the nose fuse, and at the back end, a wire arming pin. The tail gunner would crawl out on the catwalk over the bomb bay door to pull the tag and then the pin. Climbing into the B-24 with those big heavy boots and the layers of clothing was always cumbersome as the men waddled ponderously. They carried flak jackets, mandatory since Ploiesti. The crew members had difficulty getting themselves into and then adjusted in their cramped positions, especially the nose turret and the tail gunner. The belly turret gunner waited until they were in the air before squeezing with the help of the waist gunner into his bubble. Surbeck and McGovern settled into their seats, with their parachutes serving as a sort of backrest. The seats were encased in cast iron. The iron came up to the knees, then under the seat and up the back. It was there in the event that flak hit the plane on the bottom side, so that, in McGovern's words, the pilot and co-pilot would have some chance of survival because somebody has to fly the airplane. It wasn't that they were worth more than anybody else on the crew, but if both got killed or badly injured, that plane is going to go down. The moment Surbeck got into the plane, went to his seat, and put on his earphones and mic attached to his helmet, he was, in McGovern's words, totally in command of the officers and sergeants. McGovern already knew that, but watching Captain Surbeck go through his routine reinforced the point. McGovern explained, "It had to be that way, because the pilot was the only one with his hands on the controls that determined where the plane was going to go and how it was going to be flown. Of course, he had help, especially from the navigator and the bombardier, the radio operator and the flight engineers. But the request for their help came from Surbeck. It was his job to check on the crew frequently. He needed to make sure that nobody's oxygen hose had come unhooked. If a tail gunner or someone else failed to answer when the pilot called to him on the intercom, he might well have passed out from a lack of oxygen or frozen because his electric plug had come out, without ever noticing that his hose or wire was unhooked. These and other things Surbeck did as a matter of routine, McGovern noted. To get the engines started, Surbeck would signal to the flight engineer, who would start the single-cylinder gasoline-powered unit on the B-24. It was called the putt-putt and gave a boost to the batteries. Engine number 3, the one nearest McGovern, started first. It powered the generators, which helped start the other engines. When all were operating, Surbeck did a run-up, checking on each engine's performance, magnetos, temperature, and pressure checks of fuel, oil, and hydraulic systems. When a flare went up, planes began to move out of their hard stands, over the taxiway, and onto the runway, looking like elephants getting ready for a circus parade. Surbeck called out the final checklist to McGovern. Booster pumps, on. Mixture, auto-rich. Props, full high. Superchargers, set. Half flaps, set, and so on. Surbeck lined his plane up on the taxi strip, behind some planes and ahead of others. There were 28 in the group, 7 in each squadron. The 454th bomb group was on the other side of the runway, parallel to the 455th, so that the planes from each group could take off side by side. Setting the brakes, Surbeck pushed the throttle to get the engines running at maximum. When his turn to take off arrived, the roar was almost deafening. The plane vibrated as every nut and bolt, every rivet and tube rattled and shook. 20 or at most 30 seconds after the plane ahead of him began to roll down the runway, Surbeck released the brakes. A modern air traffic controller or a pilot of a commercial airliner would be appalled at the sight, but for the bomber pilots of World War II, that was how close to each other they were. Down the strip, Surbeck started rolling, picking up speed until he reached 160 miles per hour. He had his flaps set at 20 degrees, brought the engines to maximum power, and at the end of the runway, he pulled the nose off the ground and became airborne. With the bomb load, the full tanks of fuel, the weight of the crew and their equipment, including the 50-caliber machine guns and ammunition for them, Surbeck had to fight to gain altitude. It seemed to McGovern that he would not get the plane above treetop altitude, but he did. Barely, but he did. Once the plane was in the air, even if only just, McGovern, as co-pilot, had the task of raising the landing gear and bringing up the flaps. Surbeck circled, as did all the other pilots, their planes looking rather like hawks over a marsh, and he climbed. The gunners tested their guns. There were Browning M2 50-caliber machine guns. Each gun had about 150 working parts, and the men had been required to strip and reassemble it blindfolded, wearing gloves. The guns weighed 64 pounds and fired 800 rounds of ammunition per minute to a range of 600 yards. After an hour or so, Surbeck's plane had become a part of the formation. It was a squadron box of 7 aircraft. There were 2 3-plane echelons. The lead plane had a wingman just behind and on either side. Surbeck was one of those on the wing of the leader. The second echelon was 40 feet below and 40 feet back of the lead echelon. The 7th aircraft, known as Tail End Charlie, was behind the second echelon. Flying the wing, even for Surbeck, was more difficult than being in the lead, but easier than flying Tail End Charlie. As the last plane in the squadron, Tail End Charlie was the most vulnerable if German fighters attacked, and it was the hardest position to hold. Usually, new pilots and crews got that assignment. On the wing, Surbeck wanted to stay close to the plane he was flying on so as to make as small and infrequent power changes as possible to save the engines and save fuel. Pilot Lieutenant John Smith said that, in due course, flying formation became a reflex like driving a car. The group consisted of 4 squadrons: the lead box, the high box, the low box, and the middle box. More climbing to 20,000 and eventually 25,000 feet over the Adriatic. Then, off for the target. When the group got to the initial point, it turned, but clouds had moved in over Linz, and the lead pilot decided to abort. He turned. So did the others, and returned to base still fully loaded with the bombs. McGovern's first mission went better than that of Lieutenant David Gandon, a navigator in a B-24. In his war diary, Gandon reported that when his Liberator, called the Snafu, was over the target, a piece of flak came through the cockpit window. The pilot, Lieutenant Bill Marsh, lost the top of his head. The co-pilot, Lieutenant Hilary Bevins, was on his first mission. He called to his radio man, who came to the cockpit wearing a walk-around oxygen bottle, and removed Marsh from the pilot's seat. Bevins couldn't stand it with Marsh in the seat and all the blood flowing around. Bevins moved over to the pilot's seat and kept in the formation until it headed off. All the compasses were out, so Bevins flew the opposite direction of the setting sun. All the men were freezing because of the hole in the top of the cockpit. The engineer was sick to his stomach from all the blood. Bevins's eyeball was scratched and Marsh's blood was frozen on his hands. When darkness descended, Bevins flew opposite the North Star. Finally, Snafu got back to base, but Bevins had never made a night landing before. As he came in, he banked too far to the left and knocked off the left landing gear, bounced over, and did the same to the right one. The ship crash-landed and caught on fire. Thank God all got out okay, though Bevins wouldn't leave till they took Marsh's body out also. The plane burned to a crisp. On November 17, McGovern flew his second mission as Surbeck's co-pilot. The target was the marshalling yards in Győr, Hungary. Over the target the flak began. It was heavy and accurate. Sticking tight to the formation, his plane and the others could achieve a better bomb pattern, but it also made a concentrated target for the flak gunners. It was just solid black except for flashes of red where shells were exploding, McGovern remembered. The Germans were using a box-type defense. Each of the 88s fired into an area as the bombers approached, the shells traveling faster than the speed of sound and set to explode at the group's altitude. They just boxed it. The boxes were 2,000 feet deep and 2,000 feet wide, sometimes more. As the shells exploded, sending out hundreds of pieces of steel shrapnel that had a killing zone radius of some 30 feet, the bombers flew into them. Well, they had filled that box, McGovern said. A standard expression from Surbeck or crew members was that the flak was so thick you could walk on it. McGovern often wondered if that's the way hell looks. Another pilot, Lieutenant Robert Reichard, recalled that the barrage was so intense that the daylight disappeared and it was as if someone had cut out the sun. The B-24s had nowhere to hide, and with the ground 25,000 feet below, there was no place to dig in. The bursts around them posed a threat to the airplane, as it had 10 500-pound bombs and over 2,000 gallons of 100-octane gas on board. When the bombs dropped, the plane jumped a few feet. Everything improved when they went away, Lieutenant Vincent Fagan remembered. The plane was 5,000 or 6,000 pounds lighter. We were leaving the flak instead of going into it, and we could take evasive action, usually a diving turn towards the shortest escape route from the flak area. On McGovern's second mission, one bomber of the group was lost. Again there were clouds, but the lead bomber had the Mickey radar and used it to find the railroad and dropped his bombs. The 27 planes following did also, but because of the clouds, no observation of results could be made. On November 20, on McGovern's final mission as a co-pilot, the target was factories at Zlín, Czechoslovakia. It was a secondary or alternative target, but the original objective had been obscured by clouds, so the lead pilot took the group to Zlín. There the weather was clear, and the bombing was done visually with excellent results. Best of all, there was no flak over Zlín. All planes returned safely. After debriefing, McGovern would meet with Rounds, Adams, and his crew. They fired questions at him about what it was like, most of all the flak. They were filled with questions every day, McGovern recalled, waiting for me when I came back. Once the session was over, McGovern would steer his way into the officers' club for a Coca-Cola or a beer. There he would listen to the veteran pilots talk and ask his own questions. It was shop talk. From almost every one of the discussions he would absorb information. The topics were the B-24s, the crews, the Germans. What RPM at what altitude? Why was this gauge or that instrument malfunctioning? Is there any way to stay straight and level over the target and still avoid the flak? How long can an engine be on fire before it detonates the gas tank? What can you do when a bomb gets stuck in the bomb bay? How does the plane fly with only 3 engines operating? With 2? When the hydraulic system has leaked or been shot out, how do you get the wheels down? McGovern had flown 4 missions in 4 days. These consecutive missions were about the absolute limit. They left the pilot and his crew haggard, worn, jumpy, frazzled, and spent. But each one counted toward the 35 missions that, when completed, would allow McGovern to return to the States. When he had time to write to Eleanor, McGovern noted the number in his letter, number 5, after the mission to Zlín. I worried, as any wife would, Eleanor said 3 decades later. I would feel a stab of fear whenever someone knocked at the door or the telephone rang. The first thing I would do when I got a letter from George was to scan through it for a number, the number of missions completed. That was the first thing I wanted to know. Then I'd go back and read the letter. Anonymous made up words to sing to the tune of As Time Goes By. You must remember this, the flak can't always miss. Somebody's gotta die. The odds are always too damned high as flak goes by. For McGovern, on his first 5 missions as Surbeck's co-pilot, things were not so rough. He saw some flak, went through it, and got out of it safely. The B-24 did not take one hit. I felt rather secure after flying those missions, McGovern said. He summed up what he had learned from observing Surbeck. I heard through the earphones how he handled the radio transmissions to the tower and to the lead plane. I saw how he brought the plane into formation, how slowly or swiftly he got that done. I watched him to see what he was looking at and listened to the way he was handling the crew. Everything he said I could hear through my earphones. I saw how he flew formation in various positions, on the left side one day, and the next he might be in the middle, the next day on the right wing. I could observe all those things without having the responsibility of handling the plane myself. I picked up a lot of touches. This was not practice flying in Idaho. This was Europe, and the formation was much bigger, sometimes 500 or 600 planes. After completing his 5 missions as Surbeck's co-pilot, McGovern said, I felt comfortable to take that plane up with my own crew and get it into formation and get off on a combat mission. December 1944. The liberators in Italy had a distinctive name, usually assigned by the pilot, often after consultation with the crew, painted below and slightly to the front of the flight deck. Many had nose art, some of it quite good, much of it showing scantily dressed, buxom and gorgeous girls. Frequently, however, the name was the pilot's hometown or home state or the name of his mother or wife. When the pilot and crew completed their missions and went home, the men who inherited the aircraft would sometimes change the name, but that was generally considered to bring on bad luck. McGovern and his crew came over by ship and were assigned planes on a ready-to-go basis, usually a different plane for almost each mission. Most of them already had a name and nose art. McGovern dubbed any plane he flew the Dakota Queen, but never painted it on the side. He picked the name to honor Eleanor. That way, he said, we got double good luck. The name of the plane that was painted on there, and a plane named for Eleanor. He had a picture of her he would put on the console. The plane's painted name might be Yo-Yo or whatever, but to McGovern and his crew, it was Dakota Queen. The idea may have come from a saying popular with the pilots and crew at the airfield. Planes that had been in combat, as nearly all of them had, often had to be patched up by the ground crews. The B-24s that had been badly mauled and repaired and then pronounced ready to fly were called, derisively, hangar queens. The ground crews that did the repairs were superb. Sometimes they would work right through the night if necessary, using a crane to put in a new engine, patching up the flak holes in the wings and fuselage, adjusting the instruments, loading in the bombs, fresh oxygen tanks, 50-caliber ammunition boxes, and other equipment. Each plane had its own ground crew. Most of the members had been mechanics before they joined the AAF. They loved the plane they worked on and watched for it as the group returned to base. It wasn't only the pilot and crew they were concerned about, it was the plane as well. Those ground crews, in McGovern's words, were well-trained and well-motivated. We couldn't have kept anything as complicated as a Liberator functioning very long without their superb attention. There was one other thing that many ground crews did. They could purchase 6 or 7 bottles of beer a week, but there was no ice or refrigeration available. So, some of the crews would slip their beer aboard the B-24s just before they took off on a combat mission. Flying at 20,000 feet of elevation for 6 to 8 hours would cool the beer. The crews were always anxious for the safe arrival of their planes to Cerignola. The pilots would accuse them of being more anxious to see that their beer was safe than that the pilot and his crew were. On December 6, McGovern prepared to fly his first mission as pilot with his own crew. The target was the marshalling yards at Graz, Austria. He was desperately eager to do everything right the first time out alone. He confessed that, "I was probably more nervous on that takeoff than any other missions that I flew during the war." He was thinking about how he was going to get that big bird off the ground without Howard Surbeck there. It was, by far, the heaviest B-24 he had flown, what with the bomb load, a full crew, all that gasoline, the machine gun belts, the oxygen tanks, and more. This was not a stateside aircraft. It weighed 70,000 pounds, 35 tons. McGovern later said, "I don't think any pilot in World War II ever made a takeoff in a B-24 that didn't scare him." McGovern found taxiing a B-24 a challenge. The taxi strips were just packed clay and dirt. He could not steer the B-24 with the nose wheel, over which he had no control. He would steer with the propellers. If he wanted to turn right, he would cut back on the props on that side, speed them up on the left. The taxi strip was narrow and had a ditch on each side. The engineer, Sergeant Mike Valco, would stand behind the flight deck, open the overhead hatch, and put part of his body out of the plane to see if McGovern was getting too close on one side or the other. The pilot could not see the ditches from the cockpit. Valco would call out, "Too close on the right," or he would say, "A little bit left," or right, I said. Once on the runway, with 3 or 4 aircraft ahead of him waiting to take off, McGovern set the brakes and revved up the engines. Rounds went through the checklist with him. When that was complete and the plane in front had started down the runway, McGovern released the brakes. Beside him, he could hear Rounds praying. Every takeoff I made in World War II was an adventure, McGovern later admitted. A B-24 did not take off like a fighter. It started rolling, slowly, only reluctantly picking up speed. He felt, this thing is never going to get enough speed to get off the ground. There's just no way I'm going to make it. The runway was too short. By later standards, it was unsafe. But just at the end of it, now up to 160 miles per hour, McGovern pulled his plane up into the air. He was just skimming the ground. He told Rounds, "Wheels up." Rounds hit the switch, and up they came, making for more speed and climbing ability. But McGovern didn't dare pull it up any faster for fear of stalling and crashing, something that happened on occasion. It seemed forever before I could climb. For over a mile, he was at treetop height. He did not dare keep the engines on full throttle because that would use up too much fuel, which would be needed later. "Wing flaps up," he told Rounds, and when that was done, the plane had more speed and less drag. Finally, mercifully, he started to climb. The rallying point was over the Adriatic. Once over the water, McGovern had the gunners test their machine guns. He got the plane up, spotted the lead plane, slid into formation wingtip to wingtip, almost touching, close enough that a fighter plane couldn't dive between them. That took almost an hour. Then the formation headed on to Graz, in southeastern Austria, over the Alps. On the way up to 20,000 feet, the Dakota Queen passed through clouds. For McGovern, on this and later missions, the weather gave him more worry than the possibility of heavy flak. If there had been a contest between weather and flak in the amount of sheer sweat and fear that it produced, the weather won. Once over the continent, the clouds gave way to blue sky. You could look right down into those little villages. Rounds checked the instruments. So did McGovern. Every 5 minutes or so, he would press the button on his intercom and ask each crew member if everything was okay. When he needed specific information, he would ask. "Sam," he would say to the navigator, "what is that formation off our right wing?" Or, "Tell me our location, Sam." Or to Sergeant Higgins, the radio man, "Have you picked up anything on the weather ahead?" Rounds was all business. No jokes, no naps, no pranks. He was coordinated and an athlete and wanted to be flying his own fighter aircraft, but he was, in McGovern's view, almost a perfect co-pilot. On this first flight, McGovern did all the flying. Rounds, then and later, when he was free from concern, would read a Bible. McGovern thought that a bit much given Rounds' proclivities, but sometimes would be startled when Rounds would say, "Mac, listen to this," and read something from one of the Psalms. "Damn, that's good," he would exclaim. When the formation got to Graz, the weather had closed in. Nothing but clouds. The lead plane turned away. The lead pilot did not get on the radio to say he was taking the others back. They simply turned when he did. Over the Adriatic on the way home, he jettisoned his bomb load, as did the other planes. For everyone involved, it was a milk run. No fighters, no flak. Because they had crossed into enemy territory, however, everyone got a mission to his credit. Back at Cerignola, the weather was clear. McGovern told Rounds to put the wheels down. A light came on to tell him the wheels were down and fully locked. He checked to make sure his ball turret gunner was inside the airplane and his turret pulled up. He pulled the wing flaps down to 40 degrees. Rounds called out the airspeed. We're at 170, 160, 150, 140. McGovern eased back on the throttles. The plane was almost gliding. It was a good landing. When he pulled the plane onto its hard stand, the crew got out, all singing and whistling. McGovern walked around the plane, something he did before and after every mission. Everything was fine. For this mission, McGovern was paid $9.70. He was earning $290 per month, including his overseas pay and flying pay. He sent $200 of that home to Eleanor each month. After debriefing on his way to the officers' club, he stopped by the enlisted men's tent to see how they were doing. They were already celebrating. McGovern and Rounds had a beer or two in the club to celebrate their first mission. No holes in the plane, no wounded crew, no danger, but credit for a full mission. wonderful. After the mission on December 6, the weather closed in. Most days the assignment sheet had McGovern flying in the morning, but in the morning the clouds were too thick over the base, over the Alps, over the targets, and the mission was scratched. None of these pilots or their crews were ever ordered to go on a mission. When they saw their names on the assignment sheet, they knew that they could back off by just saying, "No, I won't do that." They were always asked. McGovern never said no, and I don't know anybody that turned one down. On December 4, McGovern's father died of a heart attack while he was pheasant hunting. Cables took what seemed forever in World War II, and it was not until December 14 that one reporting on the death arrived at the base. The intelligence officer took it to McGovern. The chaplain prayed with him, then said he could be exempted from flying the next day. McGovern said no. He would not take that excuse. On December 15, the target was the railroad yards in Linz, Austria. It was at Linz, on this, their second mission, that McGovern said, "We got introduced to combat." The flak was heavy. Up to that point, McGovern had thought that exploding flak looked like firecrackers and rockets going off. He learned better when a big slug of flak came through the windshield, high and to my right. It hit just above my right shoulder and to the right of my head, and then fell down onto the floor between Rounds and me. They looked down at it. Rounds looked over to McGovern and just shook his head. McGovern did the same. The shrapnel was the angriest-looking piece of metal, just jagged on every edge and big enough to tear your head off if it had hit a few inches to the left or maybe a few more inches on Bill Round's side. It was freezing at 25,000 feet, probably 50 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, and the cold rush of wind, despite all the sheepskin-lined jackets and pants they had on, and despite their electrically heated suits, was ferocious. McGovern managed to keep his plane in formation, but barely. "All I could do was just sit there and do my job," he said. He hoped no more shrapnel would hit the Dakota Queen. 2 or 3 other pieces did, but no one was hurt. McGovern got back to the base and made his landing smooth as glass. The men did not jump out and kiss the ground, but they were happy and reassured. He had done it twice. That night they talked about their lieutenant and how good he was. Other crews said their pilots, "Just bang us in." From then on, McGovern said, they treated me around that airplane almost with reverence. They had developed, already, total confidence in their pilot. Their lives were in my hands, McGovern explained. It wasn't just that they thought they were. A mistake on my part, and we're all dead. December 16 was a cloudy, cold day all across Europe. But the 741st and the rest of the 15th Air Force flew anyway. It was the day the Germans took advantage of the weather to counterattack in the Ardennes, launching the Battle of the Bulge. The target for McGovern and the others was the oil refineries in Brooks, Czechoslovakia. One B-24 broke its landing gear on takeoff. It jettisoned its bombs in the Adriatic, then crash-landed at the Gioia, Italy airfield. Another bomber had engine trouble and had to return to Cerignola. McGovern got the Dakota Queen into formation in a broken cloud cover. But all of a sudden, everything just goes blank. The formation had flown into complete cloud cover. McGovern held his position, number 3. But when they got above the cloud, he discovered that they were flying at the same altitude, but the plane that was number 2 had crossed him and was on his left side. I was just petrified with fear at the sight. The lead pilot saw the situation and called on his radio, "What's going on here?" McGovern motioned to the other pilot that he should go up while the Dakota Queen went down, and they crossed again until they got into their proper position. That's as close as I ever came to being killed and getting my crew killed and losing our bomber, McGovern said. He was shaking with fear, and the knowledge of how little control we had over our fate when the weather took over. There was nothing you could do when you flew into a cloud except pray because you couldn't see anything. On this occasion, Rounds said to McGovern, "God took care of us." Over Brooks, the flak was intense. They'd lay that stuff up there, according to McGovern, and it was almost as if an artist had drawn it. To McGovern, it seemed that the German gunners were getting better after each raid. They were laying that shell in there closer to you. He uttered many a prayer going down that bomb run, sort of an instinctive thing you would do. There was a bizarre array of color, ranging from blue sky overhead to white clouds below to solid black from the flak directly in front. Then the huge, angry flashes of red when another shell exploded. "Hell can't be any worse than that," McGovern said later. The pilot and crew had heart rates that almost went through the roof, yet unless shrapnel hit the plane, there was no sound other than the engines. Mike Valco stood between and slightly behind McGovern and Rounds, watching the instruments. McGovern glanced at Valco. His face was white. Everyone else was scared too, but except for Rounds and Valco, McGovern couldn't see them. The lead bomber for the 741st was using a Mickey radar, so although Brooks was covered by clouds, he made his drop and the others followed. In another squadron, however, the lead bomber's bomb bay door was stuck, so it dropped no bombs. Since the pilot did not break radio silence to explain, none of the planes in the squadron dropped their bombs. In all, the B-24s dropped 60 tons of bombs on the target, while those in the squadron that did not release their bombs dropped them on targets of opportunity on the way back. Except for McGovern's squadron. 2 or 3 other squadrons had completed their run, and it was the 741st's turn. Ahead, it was solid black, except for flashes of red where shells were exploding. McGovern was flying number 3 off the right wing of the lead bomber. He thought, nobody's going to get through this flak. But just then, the leader began making a gentle turn. He bypassed the target, and we threw our bombs into the field. McGovern guessed that the leader's thinking was, "I've got this whole squadron up here following my tail. There's no way we're going to get through this, and the damage they're going to do to us is greater than we're going to do to them. We may not even hit the target. I can't see it for sure. I'm not going to take these guys into a place where I know none of them are coming out." Whatever the leader thought, not one of the men following his plane ever said a word about it. Every pilot and co-pilot, every nose gunner and bombardier and navigator knew exactly what happened. None of them uttered a word of criticism. McGovern said his own thinking was, "I'm not sure to this day that he wasn't right in avoiding that almost suicidal bomb run." From Brooks, it was a long way back to Chirignola. The mission took 8 hours, plus an hour to get into formation. When he turned for home, McGovern used the intercom to check on the crew. He recalled that each man responded with something like, "I'm here, thank the good Lord." Sergeant William McAfee was the ball turret gunner. "We never thought enough of him just sitting down there," McGovern confessed. "Nothing to hang on to, hunched over, cramped." But he was the one who was cheerful when McGovern asked how he was doing. McAfee was always upbeat, with a smile on his big red face. McAfee, who could barely move in the turret, had nothing to do, no one to talk to, nothing, and he could see more than anyone else, all of it. On clear days he would watch the bombs dropping until they hit. It was awful, he said, seeing the explosion and the fires. But he was 18 years old and, in his words, not smart enough to be afraid. Everyone on board the Dakota Queen was exhausted emotionally. You can't go on indefinitely being terrified, however, and the crew recovered somewhat. McGovern was also exhausted physically. It just seemed to me that it was too much. But the bomb run had been successful. The German transportation system disrupted. The men of the AAF took some satisfaction from that, hoping that what they had done would take some of the pressure off the Russians and help the Americans fighting the first day of the Battle of the Bulge. On his way to the officers' club after the debriefing, McGovern stopped by the enlisted men's tent. He thought, I hardly knew they were along on the mission, but they knew it. He got quite sad and emotional looking at them sitting on their bunks, drinking a can of beer. I just had a real sense of compassion for them. Valko was having a terrible battle emotionally. He was throwing back the beer and reaching for another can. He was drinking himself drunk. McGovern concluded that all of them, but most of all the gunners, were entitled to every dollar they got in pay and every decoration they got, and they were entitled to more praise than they got from me. McGovern was on the assignment sheet for the following morning, December 17. At the pre-dawn briefing, he learned the target was an oil refinery at Odertal, Germany. McGovern taxied out to the runway, called the tower, got his clearance, opened the throttles, and began speeding down the runway. Suddenly, just like that, bang, the right-hand wheel had blown. I had to make an almost instantaneous decision, McGovern said, whether to cut the throttles and try to get stopped before the end of the runway, or whether to hold them wide open and pull that plane off the ground. I made one quick look and I decided I couldn't stop. He kept the throttles wide open and just did get up. We had a full bomb load, McGovern recalled. We skimmed not just the treetops, but the fence post tops. He glanced at Rounds, whose face was as white as that chair. As for McGovern, it certainly scared me more than any enemy fighters ever did. The question became, abort or continue the mission? McGovern thought, we can fly this mission just as well on one wheel as we can on two, and we'll get rid of the gasoline that way, and we'll get rid of the bombs over the target, which is what we're supposed to do. He turned on the intercom and told the crew what he had decided, and then added that anyone who wanted to bail out could do so right now. None did. The mission took 7 hours, 30 minutes, not counting the hour to form up. Flak was heavy, but the Germans only shot down one B-24 while inflicting damage, not crippling, on many others. McGovern came through unhit. Because McGovern had plenty of gas after the relatively short mission, the tower decided to have him circle the field and then land last. Now, McGovern thought, I have to land this plane with all those other pilots watching. The pilots were hovering around the runway. So, McGovern said, we came down and I made the best landing I'd ever made in my life. I never made a landing like that before or since. He brought the airplane in, just barely floating. He could hardly tell when the left wheel touched down. He advanced the throttles on the right side, cut them on the left side, and that bomber went right straight down the runway. It never wavered. As the plane lost airflow, the right wing settled down. McGovern had her slowed down enough by then that he just turned her off the runway. At the officers' club that night, the other pilots cheered. Encounters in the club were not always pleasant. Once, McGovern started talking to 2 fighter pilots. The 2 pilots got to talking about strafing 2 Italians fishing on a bridge. The pilots machine-gunned them, and they had dropped into the water. "Did you see those eye ties drop?" one pilot enthused. "Yeah," the other answered. He grinned and declared, "They won't fish again." That chilled McGovern. My blood just ran cold. How could they do that to two innocent guys who were just fishing? I was embarrassed. They seemed to me like a disgrace to the country, disgrace to their humanity. He thought that was what Hitler and his gang did. Yet he was a bomber pilot. Almost certainly he was responsible for more civilian deaths than the two fighter pilots. But he was bombing Austrians, Germans, Germany's allies from high up, and couldn't see the effects of the explosions, not at all like the pilots who had shot the Italian fishermen. He felt that as the casualties were Hitler's followers, he did not need to exercise his conscience about bombing them. In a sense, he thought they needed it because of what they had done throughout Europe. He wanted to show them, you can't get away with this kind of conduct. After the Odertal mission, McGovern saw on the assignment sheet that he was flying again the next day, December 18. It turned out to be almost a milk run. The target was in Germany, but weather forced the lead pilot to turn away and set off for the alternative target, the marshalling yards at Sopron, Hungary. There was no flak, none at all. All planes returned to base safely. 3 consecutive missions surely required at least a day of rest. But that night, on the assignment sheet, there was McGovern's name again, along with many others. At the briefing in the morning, McGovern noted that most of the pilots looked like old men with deep circles under the eyes. He thought they were ready for a rest camp or being sent home, not another mission. Instead, they were flying. The officer on the platform pulled the drawstring. The target was Munich, one of the 2 or 3 most heavily defended German cities. One of the men in the audience gave out a sort of scream. Ah! For some, that broke the tension, and they managed to laugh. But McGovern looked at the pilot beside him. I thought when he saw Munich on there that he was going to collapse. The briefing officer assured the men about the importance of Munich, a major industrial site that had been bombed repeatedly, but still needed more. It had been raining all night. It still was. Off they went anyway to get into their planes. McGovern could almost see some of the pilots thinking, this is the last one. We'll never make it home. McGovern was in the number 3 position for the 741st. He put on his earphones and heard the tower telling him to taxi. He pulled onto the taxi strip. The strip was slippery due to the mud and rain. McGovern listened for directions from Valco, standing in the top hatch, but none came. McGovern felt a slight tug on the right. Before he could correct the plane, its right wheel had slipped into the ditch beside the taxi strip. McGovern increased the power to the right engines, eased off on the left side, and tried to get the wheel to climb back onto the strip. Instead, it just dug deeper into the ditch. No matter what he tried, nothing worked. Behind the Dakota Queen, there were 4 other B-24s waiting for their chance to get to the runway and take off. But McGovern blocked them. He talked to the tower, explained the problem, and then heard an order to him and the other 3 pilots, scratch the mission. The others shut down their engines and got out of their planes. So did McGovern, whose bomber was pulled out by a tractor. McGovern was chagrined. Those 4 pilots were close to their 35th mission, the going-home mission. He thought, he later said, that they were just going to shoot my ass, but instead they came over and practically kissed me. They couldn't thank him enough. No Munich. For McGovern, that was the first time that it occurred to me that people had any motives other than just defeating the enemy. These guys wanted to survive. That night, McGovern's name was on the assignment sheet. In the morning, December 20, he learned that the target was the Skoda works at Pilsen, Czechoslovakia. It, too, was heavily defended because it was a principal manufacturer of arms for the Germans. An hour away from the Skoda works, Dakota Queen's No. 2 engine, inboard on the left wing, quit. McGovern feathered the prop, that is, used a flight deck button to turn the propeller into a perpendicular position to keep it from windmilling and acting as a drag or brake on the plane. With only 3 engines functioning, McGovern had to struggle to keep up with the formation. Any time you lost an engine up there, Rounds said, There was no trouble back at base if you dropped out and returned. A lot of guys did it. McGovern could have done it, but instead he told Rounds, "So, we're minus an engine, let's keep going." They did. But after turning at the initial point and heading over Pilsen, when they were only 30 seconds or so away from the drop point, flak hit the plane. In his diary, Rounds described what happened. All at once, number 3 engine began throwing oil and smoking badly. The engine lost oil pressure so rapidly that McGovern was unable to feather the propeller. It became a windmill, creating enormous drag and reducing the effective power of the plane to about 1 1/2 engines. McGovern ordered the bombs dropped and turned away. But, Rounds wrote, 1 minute later she began vibrating fiercely. We tried to feather it again, but it wouldn't, and just kept windmilling. We lost altitude rapidly, and number 3 burst into flame. Radio operator Ken Higgins recalled that oil streamed out of the runaway engine and flame was belching out of the thing. It looked real bad. McGovern had read in the B-24 manual for pilots that in 5 minutes the flame would break through the wall and explode the gas tanks. He began descending rapidly, and the increased speed put out the fire. But the prop continued to windmill. McGovern tried the feather button once more. No response. He tried again. Still nothing. "Prepare to bail out," he called over the intercom. Waist gunner Tex Ashlock was ready to leave. "I sat with my legs dangling out the escape hatch," he said, "waiting for the word to parachute out." Neither Ashlock nor any other man in the plane had ever used a parachute or been trained on how to do it. McGovern had said to a veteran pilot at Mountain Home, Idaho, "Colonel, we're about through with our training and none of us have had a parachute jump. Shouldn't we be trained in that?" The colonel replied, "Son, let me tell you something. When you get into combat, you don't need any training on how to get out of that plane. What you need is good judgment on how long you can stay in. You're going to want to get out of it if it's on fire, if half the wing is broken off, if it's in a spin. What you need is the discipline to stay with it as long as it's safe. We don't have to teach you when to jump. You'll find a hole that a cat couldn't jump through if you have to get out of that plane." McGovern came to agree. "There were lots of times I thought it'd be a lot safer to jump out," he recalled. On the flight deck, McGovern tried, yet again, to bring the prop under control. He pushed the button, and this time it worked. "Resume your stations," he ordered over the intercom. "We're going to try to bring her home." He looked at his map, however, and decided they would not get home. The airplane just couldn't go that far. It wouldn't stay in the air that long. The gas supply was low, and the fuel was leaking. McGovern got on the intercom to his navigator, Sam Adams, to ask if Adams knew of any landing strips between where they were and Chirinola. "I'll call you right back," Adams replied. "The best bet is a little fighter strip on the Isle of Vis out in the Adriatic," Adams told him. "But it's only got a 2,200-foot runway, and we need 5,000 feet to land. Do you think you can bring it in on a 2,200-foot runway?" Well, McGovern thought, that's better than our being up here with 2 engines out and 1 windmilling. "How far is it?" he asked Adams. "On such and such a heading," Adams replied, "we can make it in less than an hour." The Dakota Queen was losing altitude. The alternative to Vis was to crash land in the sea. That had no appeal. The B-24s were not built for crash landing in the sea. Only about 25% of those who tried made it. The others broke up on impact, killing everyone. Besides, it was winter and that water was cold. "I didn't think we'd survive," McGovern explained later, "and bailing out didn't appeal to me." He ordered everything loose thrown out of the plane to lighten it up. So most everything went, not the radio, but the machine guns, the oxygen tanks, all the ammunition, flak jackets, chart table, and more. That helped some. McGovern said on the intercom that anyone who wanted to bail out could do so. None did. Vis was a 58-square-mile mountainous island some 40 miles off the Dalmatian coast. Marshal Tito's partisans had taken it from the Italian army in September 1943, and the British RAF had built a runway there for their Spitfires. It was also Tito's headquarters. A number of B-24s and B-17s had used it as an emergency strip. For the morale of the B-24 crews, knowing that Vis was there was important. It was an unsinkable island in the Adriatic with a landing strip and medical attention, said Ed Brenza, a technical representative for the 15th Air Force sent to the island to work on the planes that landed there. For them, it was another chance at Mother Earth. The island came into view. The approach required coming in over a mountain and dropping suddenly down to sea level. The No. 3 engine caught fire again. McGovern cut back on the gasoline to make the final approach, which had the benefit of putting out the fire. Both of us were on the controls, Rounds recalled. I was helping Mac hold it. The two good engines throbbed a little, but they were being overtaxed. But when we saw that strip, we weren't worried. Rounds raised the Vis tower by radio. Its call sign was Sand Sail, and said that a B-24 with one engine afire and another dead was coming in for an emergency landing. McGovern was worried. At the far end of the runway, a mountain rose up, and he could see carcasses of half a dozen bombers beyond the field. He figured he had only one shot at the thing. If he came in too high and tried to pull up, he doubted if he could do it on two engines. If he failed to bring the Dakota Queen in on the first pass, we would have all had it. He brought the plane in, as slow as he could without stalling. He couldn't land short of the runway because of mud. He had to hit it exactly. He told Rounds, "When you hear those wheels touch that runway, get on those brakes just as hard as you can, and I'll do the same." He sat it down on the far end so as to have all those 2,200 feet of runway. McGovern and Rounds pressed the brakes in just as hard as possible. They were on the brakes all the way down the strip, Waist Gunner Ashlock recalled. The tires screeched and smoked. We just kind of wheeled off at the very end of the runway, going pretty fast. We bogged down in the wet clay and stopped. From where he sat, McGovern could see the mountain just ahead of him. A British foam truck was already spraying the smoldering engine. The men piled out of the plane. Half of them threw themselves on the ground and kissed it. That was the only time McGovern ever saw them do that. McGovern and Rounds hugged each other. A truck picked them up. As they were driving to headquarters, another stricken B-24 came in to land. Ashlock watched. It went right into the mountain, and everyone was killed. McGovern did not know that Tito was on the island, and never got to meet him, but more than 3 decades later, President Jimmy Carter had a reception for Tito in the White House. McGovern, who was a senator at that time, was there. In his remarks, Tito expressed his appreciation for the American people and then added, "At least one of you, Senator McGovern, came to see me in World War II, and now I'm returning the favor." At the time, McGovern hoped the British could repair his plane and he could fly it out the next day. But the ground crew said no, this runway is not long enough. They added that every 4-engine bomber that had come to Vis was still there and would be forever. The next day, Chirignola sent a DC-3 to pick up McGovern and his crew. Some months later, the AAF awarded McGovern the Distinguished Flying Cross for his actions that day at Vis. The citation praised him for his high degree of courage and piloting skill. McGovern got back to Chirignola on December 21. On Christmas afternoon, he saw his name on the assignment board. The target was a refinery in Oświęcim, eastern Poland. The mission took the bombers very near Auschwitz. Later, McGovern wondered why the concentration camp had not been the target. Neither he nor anyone else at Chirignola knew much about Auschwitz, but by that stage of the war, rumors circulated about the mass killings going on there. President Roosevelt had been urged by Jewish leaders to bomb the place, but he refused. He said the United States had not built those bombers in order to hit concentration camps, that they were built for a strategic function. Besides, bombing Auschwitz would have killed many Jews as well as Germans. His attitude was that the best thing America could do for Europe's Jews was to win the war sooner, that the quicker it was won, the fewer Jews would be killed. Over the next 4 days, weather prevented any missions. Thus did 1944 come to an end. In December, the 455th had flown a total of 16 missions, with 359 aircraft deployed over target. They had dropped a total of 650 tons of bombs. The losses were 15 aircraft, 111 crewmen reported missing in action, and 32 reported killed. It had not been a good month. The men at Chirignola looked forward to the new year, the one that they hoped would end the war. The Isle of Capri. Tonight is New Year's Eve. McGovern opened a letter to his co-pilot's parents. Their son had been hospitalized with pneumonia, and McGovern wanted to reassure them. Lieutenant Rounds was recovering, McGovern wrote, then promised to get him back to his usual top form in a few days. We are experiencing our first Italian snowfall, he noted. I'm finding it pretty easy to get homesick tonight for those old snow-covered plains of Dakota. He added, we haven't been doing a whole lot of flying lately because of the weather. It promises to be even worse. Another promise, we're expecting to see you next spring, regardless of mud, rain, flak, or what have you. The weather, through January, was even worse than predicted. Only an occasional mission was attempted, and McGovern did not go on them. His tent mate and close companion, navigator Lieutenant Sam Adams, did go on 2 missions. Because McGovern had flown as a co-pilot for 5 missions, he was 5 missions ahead of his crew in reaching the magic number, 35. Adams hated to fly with any pilot other than McGovern, but he wanted to get home as soon as possible to take up his studies to become a Presbyterian minister. So he volunteered for missions as a substitute navigator. On his second substitute service, in the second week of January, Adams' plane was blown apart by German flak. There were reports, unconfirmed, that 2 or 3 parachutes had been seen after the plane exploded. McGovern and Rounds held on to the hope that Sam had made it out of the plane and came down by parachute. They depended on substitute navigators on their missions, but for a few weeks they lived with Sam's empty bunk, his photographs, and his neatly hung clothing, waiting for word that he had made it. The word never came. I had seen men killed before, McGovern said, but never anything like that. When there are just 3 of you living together so closely in a tent in an olive grove in Italy, a hell of a long way from home, you really got to know one another. And then all of a sudden, you see the empty bunk, and it really gets to you. There were many empty bunks. Lieutenant Victor McWilliams was a pilot in the 741st Squadron. Once that January, he was watching as other pilots and crew from the squadron took off for a mission that was ultimately aborted. One B-24 got into the sky, but then turned around to come back to base. Suddenly, for no reason McWilliams could ever find out, the 10 bombs in the plane exploded. You looked up, and all you saw was dust. Everyone on the plane was killed. Another plane was headed down the runway. The pilot got the nose up, and the tail went down, and you knew he wouldn't make it. At the end of the runway, he cut the throttle, and the plane nosed over and caught fire. McWilliams and 4 others dashed to the plane, picked up a piece of drill pipe, and knocked the windows off around the cockpit. The tail gunner, meanwhile, jumped out, as did a waist gunner who broke his arm, but the cockpit was on fire and the plane was burning. We hauled out the pilot. He was burned almost beyond recognition. We laid him on the ground. All the time he was saying, "Just leave me in the plane, leave me here," because he knew he was gone. McWilliams and the others got him into the ambulance, and he didn't even last to get to the hospital. That was the first time I ever saw anybody burned up that way. His hands were just burned down to nothing. Somehow the co-pilot got out. I don't know how. Just one of those unexplained things. In mid-January, McGovern and Rounds learned that they were entitled to 10 days off duty in Rome, the Isle of Capri, or Naples. General Eisenhower, commander of the Allied forces, ordered the U.S. Army and Army Air Forces to provide 10 days' leave for combat veterans. McGovern and Rounds took off for Capri along with some of the crew. McGovern and Rounds stayed for 3 days. They rode the funicular, took a tour of the Blue Grotto, and examined the ruins of Roman Emperor Tiberius's castle. The second night, one of his enlisted crew got drunk and into a brawl. McAfee, the ball turret gunner who was present, recalled that the culprit wound up in the pokey on Capri, and McGovern had to get him out. McGovern and Rounds decided that there was not enough action on Capri, so they hopped on a boat that was just crossing to Naples, where they caught a train to Rome. They registered at the Regina Hotel, which had been taken over by the AAF and is still in operation in a grand style in the 21st century. In 1945, every night, starting at 6 p.m., the whole ground floor of the lobby was turned into a dance area. Girls from Rome were there, after passing through a screening by the AAF authorities designed to keep teenagers away. Most of the women were in their mid-20s. They were beautiful, but they were caught up in the desperation that comes to many civilians in a war zone. Many were educated, spoke at least some English, had lost husbands, fathers. Beer, vodka, scotch, gin, and more was flowing. There were free bedrooms upstairs. The fee for the women was $30, but they would take payment in cigarettes or mattress covers. These covers were very popular because the women could make clothing for all the family from them. Rounds had a great time, of course, but he also got up with McGovern each morning to go on foot for 10 or 12 hours of sightseeing, looking at every art gallery, every church, every statue, using their guidebook every day for 7 days. Rounds accounted for his interest in the city by explaining to McGovern that his father had told him if he ever got to Rome he must see this or that. So, Rounds said, "I don't dare go home without seeing this or that. My old man will kill me." With that much motivation, Rounds started reading up on the great artists. McGovern, meanwhile, learned of a special audience for American servicemen in the Vatican with the Pope. He persuaded Rounds to go with him. After standing around waiting for an hour, Rounds stage-whispered to McGovern, "I'm getting the hell out of here." McGovern replied, "Look, this man is the head of state, and he's the symbol of the Catholic world, and you will feel very silly if you go back to the States and you haven't met the Pope." He talked Rounds into waiting 15 minutes. When that time was up, he asked him to stay for just 15 more minutes. "I wouldn't wait another 15 minutes for Jesus Christ," Rounds shot back. But he said it too loud, and it stirred up quite a commotion among the devout Catholic troops. There were 500 or so at the audience. The Pope did soon arrive and shook hands with every one. He spoke English and blessed each of them. Rounds said, "For the rest of my life I'll tell people I saw and shook hands with the Pope." When the leave was over, it was back to Cerignola. On January 31, McGovern and his crew went up on a mission to bomb the oil refinery at Moosbierbaum, Austria. There were 19 B-24s on the mission, each carrying 500-pound bombs. They encountered moderate but accurate flak and dropped on target. On this mission, as on all the others, the ground crew noted that Lieutenant McGovern brought back the Dakota Queen with more gasoline in his tanks than all the other pilots. In the ground crew's opinion, this was the mark of his flying ability. Ken Higgins remarked, "I don't know how you describe a good pilot. I do know George, though, and as far as I was concerned, he was the best, because he always got us back on the ground." Another member of McGovern's crew said, "If he ever panicked, I never knew about it. Whatever happened, that sort of nasal twang of his came over the intercom as clear and flat as it was on the ground." Valco disliked Siegel. He went to McGovern to ask him to get Siegel transferred out. McGovern put it up to the other enlisted men. "I decided they had to live with him," McGovern said, "so it was up to them to decide." The vote was 4-1 to drop Siegel. McGovern had him replaced with a tail gunner from another crew, Sergeant John B. Mills. Mills was tall, and he had to hunch up a bit to get into position, but he liked being back there in the tail. In February and March, McGovern would sometimes tell him to get out of the cramped quarters when the Dakota Queen was halfway back to base. "We're not going to see any fighter planes today," McGovern said, so come on up and stretch out a bit. But Mills would be asleep. One good thing, according to McGovern, he didn't get sick. On one mission, with Sam Adams gone, McGovern had a substitute navigator bombardier. Weather forced his squadron to abort. The lead pilot said to jettison the bomb load. The standard procedure was to drop the bombs either over the Adriatic or an unpopulated area. Sergeant Tex Ashlock was watching the ground through the camera hatch when the bombardier let the bombs drop. They fell on a farmhouse. It disappeared in a rolling cloud of smoke. In Ashlock's mind, it was murder, pure and simple. When the Dakota Queen got back on the ground, Ashlock grabbed the bombardier. "Listen, you son of a bitch," he yelled. "I saw what you did. I'm not going to have anything to do with you again. As far as I'm concerned, you're a disgrace to humanity." When McGovern got out of the plane, Ashlock went to him to report what had happened. McGovern asked, "There isn't any doubt in your mind it was deliberate?" "How could it not have been?" Ashlock replied. McGovern thought for a few minutes, then said, "You know, if we bring charges, it's going to be your word against his, an enlisted man against an officer. It's going to be hard to make it stick without any other evidence or witnesses." McGovern let that hang, then added, "I'll tell you one thing, though. We aren't going to fly with that guy again." And they didn't. The Tuskegee Airmen Fly Cover, February 1945. February began with marginal weather. Then it got worse. Oil refineries and the marshalling yards in Austria and Germany were the primary targets that month. On February 8, 24 B-24s hit the Matzleinsdorf marshalling yards at Vienna. The clouds covered the target, but the Americans had dropped 54 tons of 500-pound bombs, again using the Pathfinder method. The flak was intense, but all the bombers made it through. However, one B-24 with the group's markings took a position off the number 2 man in one of the boxes. It was a plane that had been forced down, then repaired by the Germans. It shadowed the squadron, radioing down to the gunners on the 88s the altitude, direction, and speed of the squadron, which was a practice that, while not frequent, was used whenever the Germans had the opportunity. The lead pilot realized what was happening and told every gunner in the squadron to train on the German-manned B-24. As the gunners did so, the aircraft's pilot saw what was happening. He made a 180-degree turn and got out of there. By February 1945, the defensive capabilities of the Luftwaffe were almost non-existent. The Germans had little or no fuel left for training pilots, and their Me-109s had just about been blown out of the air. And the Germans had developed a jet-propelled fighter, the Me-262, the fastest fighter in the world. Their problem was a shortage of fuel and trained pilots and airfields. Had the Me-262 been developed earlier, it could have been a war-winning weapon, but it was not. There were not enough of them. One reason for the shortage was the sustained 15th Air Force attack against factories making jets and against the airfields where they underwent final assembly. Pilot Lieutenant Glenn Rendall in the 514th Squadron, 376th Bomb Group, flying out of San Pancrazio, Italy, near Taranto Bay, was attacked by Me-262s. In February 1945, he was on a mission to Austria when he had runaway turbo problems. He was over the Adriatic. The cure for the turbos, he related, was to move a good amplifier, after locking in its setting, from the slot for that engine into a slot in need of boost, then set and lock the desired setting there. He did so, but by the time he had fixed the problem, he had lost 5,000 feet of altitude and some speed. His formation was out of sight. We could never catch them, so we would just have to look for and join with another formation. As Rendall gained enough power to start climbing again, I took a look back over my left shoulder just as you would before you pull a car out of a parking place. As he did, oops, he saw 2 German jet fighters with black swastikas on their sides sweeping in from our left, and I saw their tracer bullets already coming into our plane. It was a favorite strategy for the German fighter pilots to catch stragglers flying alone. It was often an easy kill. Rundall called over the intercom, "Jerry's at 7 o'clock level. When are you guys going to start shooting back?" The upper turret gunner called back, "Hold your fire. Here comes 3 of our P-51 escorts from high overhead." With the P-51s coming at them, the Germans turned and ran, then dove for the ground of northern Yugoslavia just to the east. Later, Rundall praised the P-51 pilots. "If we had not had an escort trio watching us from above, and timely enough to be there quite soon after the shooting started, we would have surely been subdued by 2 of the Nazis' latest jet fighters doing what they specialized in." Without the intervention of our escorts and their willingness to risk their lives for those of us whom they had never met, we would have been most fortunate to end up in the Adriatic Sea below us, or we might have stretched it out to Trieste, which was then German-occupied. Most likely some of our crew would be lost either way. The P-51 pilots were African Americans of the 99th Fighter Squadron, 5th Air Force, flying out of Terni, north of Rome. They were called the Tuskegee Airmen, and they were justly famous. The men of the bombers seldom saw them because they stayed up high to watch over the formations. As Rundall put it, "When you needed them, they came, and with a full head of steam." He added, "The important thing is that when our nation goes to war, real patriotism has only one race. You are either American or you're not. There are those who want to kill you, and then there are those who want to save your life. It is that simple and undeniable." Lieutenant Roland Pepin of the 741st Squadron spoke for many. "It was a favorable day for us when we caught escort protection from the men of the 99th Fighter Squadron. They never let the Germans get close enough for our gunners to fire at the enemy." The U.S. Army in World War II was a segregated force. In Pepin's words, it was still practicing discrimination, but those P-51 Negro fighter pilots did not discriminate. Once, late that winter, Pepin was in Foggia when he and his buddies met some of the 99th Fighter Squadron pilots. "We showered them with our thanks and respect. The drinks were on us." On a February mission, McGovern heard in his briefing that the 99th would fly as escorts. After dropping the bombs and turning for home, he looked out the window and saw German jets looming in the distance. "Our group leader tried to establish radio contact with our fighter escorts," McGovern said, "but couldn't. There was some pretty harsh language on the air, questions about where the blasted niggers were." Just then, the squadron commander of the black pilots broke in and said, "Why don't you all shut up, white boys? We're all going to take you home." And they did. They drove off the enemy fighters. Back in October 1944, Lieutenant C.W. Cooper, the old infantry officer, he was 28 years old, who had, after some time with the troops, volunteered for the Army Air Forces and trained as a navigator, shipped over to join the 741st Squadron at Cerignola. Cooper was so good as a navigator that he soon was flying on the lead plane on his missions. He did so on 6 missions. The pressure was really on then, because you had to be absolutely right where you were supposed to be at all times. I was the navigator. Compounding the tension of navigating the lead plane, with 6 other navigators watching in their following planes, was the reality of flak. On nearly every mission his plane took various hits, losing power on 1 or 2 engines, and in other ways making what he was doing in the most dangerous place in the world even more fearful. So was the possibility of accidents. One time Cooper saw a B-24 drop its bombs right on top of a plane flying below, setting off a flashing explosion that destroyed everything except the engines. Cooper watched as they fell. One of the pilots Cooper flew with was, in his view, wishing he were up in the sky in fighter planes, not B-24s. He took chances, in turns, wagging his wings, climbing or diving. One February day, when Cooper was not on the plane, that pilot took it up for a practice run. As a stunt, he began buzzing wing headquarters. Even before the B-24 landed, there was a jeep waiting for the pilot. Cooper recalled that they took him into headquarters and grounded him right there on the spot. The day the pilot was grounded, Cooper was moved out of his tent and out of his crew and sent to George McGovern's tent. From now on, he would take Adams' place permanently as McGovern's navigator. The next night, February 19, he wrote his buddy, Lieutenant Joe Prendergast, with the 4th Infantry in Germany. He told Prendergast, "My new pilot is a honey, very sincere, a mature man, and a good pilot. He's married and expecting a baby in 3 weeks, so he'll add 1,000 feet for safety." When Cooper met McGovern and Rounds, he knew he had joined an experienced pilot and co-pilot. He went through details of what he had done up to that point, then listened. He was impressed by McGovern, serious without being obnoxious. Rounds had more of a wait-and-see quality to him. Cooper later said that Rounds would go in all directions at once. I quickly called him Rounds the Rounder. In the winter of 1944 to 1945, the 741st improved its living conditions. By then, every tent had either a wooden or a concrete floor. The food was better and had come to include steak, fresh chicken, real eggs, and ice cream. Squadron officers started to give classes in algebra, business administration, aircraft maintenance, history, and the Italian languages. The ground crews flocked to the Italian instructions, as they had come to the conclusion that since there was no hope in their going home before war's end, they might as well understand what the natives were talking about. Still, the rain came down. It created much mud, especially around the new mess hall. 2 GIs were heard discussing the mud. One said he had stumbled into it and had sunk in ankle deep. The other GI said he had gone in as well, but the mud was up to his knees. The first GI said, "Yeah, but I went in head first." February 12, 1945, was the first anniversary for the 455th Group flying out of Italy. On February 22, it flew its 200th mission. Bombing accuracy was improving. In the period from December 1944 through February 1945, the group greatly exceeded the average performance of the 15th Air Force as a whole, but a total of 47 bombers had been lost, mostly to flak. Considering that the group put up 60 B-24s for its 101st mission, those losses were high. Shortly after the 200th mission, the group had a party to celebrate. Italian laborers put up tents and bandstands. Entertainers were hired to perform. The airmen pitched in to do their specialties. There were shows of all types, contortionists, muscle acts, rifle ranges, ring games, and variety shows. 4 different movies were shown in the wine cellar used for the mission briefing room. There was plenty of beer. It was a chance to relax, eagerly seized by these airmen far from home and living dangerous lives. For that day, at least, they could be the boys they were. Missions over Austria, March 1945. February was over, but the approaching end of winter brought little improvement in the weather. In the first 2 weeks of March, the 455th flew 13 missions, 5 of them aborted due to weather. The Dakota Queen was part of the force on March 4 when the target was marshalling yards at Wiener Neustadt, Austria. On this mission, McGovern saw a B-24 flying on his wing just peel off in flames. The plane took a hit right near the fuselage, and the number 3 engine broke off. The plane just went into a spinning fall. Didn't see any chutes. McGovern had his own special reason to survive. On March 5, Cooper wrote a letter home. "My new crew and I get along swell," he said. "Mac is still sweating out a cable telling of a new son or daughter. Still sweating out his missions so's to get home." After the March 4 mission, McGovern stayed on the ground for 9 days. There was little to do but wait, and yet you had to be available to fly every day, even though you didn't get off the ground. You had a lot of time to think. For one thing, he wondered why the Germans didn't surrender. He knew they had been beaten, if only because they did not have sufficient fuel to keep their fighter planes in the air. When you were on missions, you had no time to think. You're so busy handling that plane and staying in formation and watching the fuel supply, making sure the gauges are not giving any trouble, that it really kept you occupied. You had to keep all 4 of those engines working, synchronized, proper oil pressure, temperature, and keeping that big bomber in formation at all times. You had about all you could handle. In a sense, the pilot was insulated from the war. You had a perfect view of the flak. You could see the puffs out in front of you, the flashes of red and black. You could feel the plane shudder better than anyone else. So you knew there was a war going on, but you had only an indirect relationship to what was being done by the bomber. You couldn't see the target, and you were 25,000 feet away from the action on the ground. There was the explosion of the flak shells all around you, but you had no weapon to shoot back with, and you didn't have the toggle switch. You didn't have the navigator's view of where you were going. Eleanor was due to have her baby in mid-March. McGovern wrote to her and she to him every day, but it took more than a week for the letters to be delivered. On March 14, McGovern and his crew were awakened at 4 a.m. The stars were out. It promised to be a clear, bright day. After breakfast, they walked over to the briefing room and joined about 300 other airmen to sit on the planks laid across cinder blocks. The target that was marked this time was Vienna. The alternate target, also marked, was Wiener Neustadt. If Vienna was clear, the bombs should be dropped on an oil refinery. If it was not, and Wiener Neustadt became the choice, the target was marshalling yards. Group Commander Colonel William Snowden would lead the mission, which was about the first piece of news that morning that pleased everyone. The last briefing was on how to form up. At the hard stand, McGovern inspected his plane as his crew got in. Then he pulled himself up and climbed into the pilot's seat. The Dakota Queen taxied, took off, began to climb and circle over the Adriatic, and after an hour of flying, having reached 20,000 feet, got into formation. There were 42 B-24s, 21 from the 455th Bomb Group, 21 from the 454th. They flew as squadrons, 7 planes in each, in a diamond formation. They set off for Vienna, still gaining altitude to 25,000 feet. The day was clear until the formation started to approach Vienna, but over the city the weather had built up into a storm, and Colonel Snowden decided it was too dangerous to risk losing his bombers when he couldn't see the target, which also added the additional hazard of possibly hitting the monuments in the city or schools and hospitals. There was some cloud cover at Wiener Neustadt, but Snowden's radar could pick up the marshalling yards. Everyone dropped their bombs right after he did, and the formation turned for home. It would be a milk run. But in the middle of the turn, Sergeant Higgins called up to Lieutenant McGovern on the intercom. The last of the 10 500-pound bombs they were carrying had lodged in the bomb rack. McGovern thought about it for a minute. Landing the Dakota Queen in that situation would be suicide. "Well, look, we can't land this way with a live bomb in the rack. Either you guys got to get rid of the bomb, or we're going to have to bail out when we get back within reasonable distance of Chirignola. I'm not going to take this bomber down with a bomb in the rack." The crew left the bomb bay doors open, and Sergeant McAfee and Lieutenant Cooper went to work, trying to trigger the little steel catches on each end of the bomb, hoping to pry them open so the bomb would drop. McGovern remembered it was scary as hell. If the plane suddenly made a lunge when the 500-pound bomb dropped. McAfee and Cooper were doing their work, standing on the catwalk, less than a foot wide, hanging in the center of the bomb bay. McGovern looked behind him to see how they were doing, but about all I could see was the top of their heads and their backs. The danger was acute. McGovern had heard the story told by Sergeant Art Applin, a tail gunner on a B-24. Once, after turning away from a mission over Munich, Applin had seen a Liberator on his wing. The bomb bay doors were open. As Applin related, one of the crew was standing right at the end of the catwalk relieving himself out of the bomb bay, and an .88 shell exploded below him, and it cracked the catwalk, and he fell out. When he did, the heel of his foot got caught in this crack, and I saw him dangling there, and I called the pilot on the intercom. I couldn't communicate with the plane on the wing, but our pilot could. I told him about the situation, and he called the pilot on the other plane, and his crew pulled the fellow in. Naturally, he didn't have his parachute on. He was lucky he made it that day. As McAfee and Cooper labored, McGovern throttled back to slow down the Dakota Queen, and they began to lose altitude. "I didn't want to drop a bomb in front of other airplanes," he explained. "Also, I wanted to give McAfee and Cooper undivided time. I didn't know how long it would take to get rid of the bomb. Keep in mind that I had to know all this stuff to survive, whereas the other guys, their feeling was, George will take care of us." The Dakota Queen descended to 12,000 feet, several thousand feet below the formation, which was pulling ahead in any case. Then Cooper yelled something. All of a sudden, the plane jumped, and I knew the bomb had been cut loose. They were approaching the Austrian-Italian border. McGovern watched the bomb descend, a luxury you don't have at 25,000 feet. It went down and hit right on a farm in that beautiful green part of Austria. It was almost like a mushroom, a big, gigantic mushroom. It just withered the house, the barn, the chicken house, the water tank. Everything was just leveled. It couldn't have come in more perfectly. If we had been trying to hit it, we couldn't have hit it as square. You could see stuff flying through the air in a cloud of black smoke. Sergeant Higgins watched the bomb descend. He commented, "It just blew that farm to smithereens. We didn't mean to do that. We certainly didn't try to do that." McGovern glanced at his watch. It was high noon. He came from South Dakota. He knew what time farmers eat. I got a sickening feeling. Here was this peaceful area. They thought they were safely out of the war zone. Nothing there, no city, no rail yard, nothing. Just a peaceful farmyard. Had nothing to do with the war, just a family eating a noon meal. It made me sick to my stomach. After the bomb fell, McGovern closed the bomb bay doors and headed home. Back at Chirinyola, it was an easy landing. An intelligence officer came running up to him, the same officer who had handed him a cable back in December that told him his father had died. This time, however, the officer was grinning from ear to ear. As he handed a cable to McGovern, he said, "Congratulations, Daddy, you now have a baby daughter." I was just ecstatic, McGovern said, jubilant. But then he thought, Eleanor and I have brought a new child into the world today, at least I learned about it today, and I probably killed somebody else's kids right at lunchtime. Hell, why did that bomb have to hit there? He went over to the officers' club and had a drink, cheap red wine. He was toasted and cheered, but he later said it really did make me feel different for the rest of the war. Now I was a father. I had not only a wife back home, but a little girl, all the more reason why I wanted to get home and see that child. He returned to his tent and wrote Eleanor a long letter. He did not mention the farmhouse, but he couldn't get it out of his mind. That thing stayed with me for years and years. If I thought about the war, almost invariably, I would think about that farm. 2 days after the mission to Wiener Neustadt, the Dakota Queen flew again with the 455th, accompanied by the 454th. The primary target was weathered in, so the liberators dropped their bombs on the marshalling yards at Amstetten, Austria. The lead bomber, using its radar and flying out in front and a bit above the Dakota Queen, dropped its bombs. Cooper, acting as bombardier as well as navigator, tried to toggle his bombs so that they would strike in the same place. But the bombs were stuck. Cooper went to work and managed to free them, but by the time he toggled the eggs on the Dakota Queen, it had flown over the river. The bombs landed on the other side. At the debriefing, Cooper told what had happened and why. He was informed that the bombs had dropped on a prisoner of war camp. Cooper and McGovern were devastated. There were American soldiers in the camp. For some months thereafter, just thinking about it brought tears to Cooper's eyes. But in 1946, when Cooper was going to graduate school at Texas A&M, he met an Army Air Forces officer who had been a prisoner in the camp. They got to talking about the incident, and the former POW said, "I was there, and when you dropped those bombs, one hit the fence. It opened it up, and in all the confusion, some of us got away and managed to join the Russians." When March was over, the group had flown 26 missions, putting 719 aircraft over the target areas and dropped 1,376 tons of bombs. No enemy fighters had been seen, but 2 aircraft had been shot down by flak. In addition, 6 crew members had been severely wounded, while 3 others had minor wounds. The group's history commented, "The concentration of flak around the major targets seemed to be increasing as the Germans appeared to be circling their wagons for the final attacks." Linz, The Last Mission. April 1945. The 455th flew 11 missions in the first 12 days of April, but none on April 13. McGovern was at the Officers' Club that day. He recalled that the deputy squadron commander, Captain Andrew Graham, came into the club to announce, "Damn, you're not going to believe what just happened. The big guy died. Franklin Roosevelt, our commander-in-chief, died. The war is over. The war is lost." The other officers, although they were shocked, thought Graham was overreacting in saying the war was lost. They consoled him and finally convinced him that the war was not lost. Graham, who was a heavy drinker anyway, took a few good belts to ease the pain of Roosevelt's death. After the liquor had begun to do its work, Graham climbed up on the bar, which was about 4 feet high. He was a big man, weighed about 225 pounds. Standing on the bar, he said, "Now you guys catch me." He closed his eyes and fell forward. He didn't know if others were going to catch him or not, but he didn't seem to care, McGovern said. But they did. 3 or 4 guys did, practically broke their backs trying to. He repeated that 4 or 5 times. Finally, a guy says, "Look, we're not going to do that again. We've had enough of this. You may not have to fly tomorrow, but we do." McGovern added that he remembered the incident vividly because it just struck me about how close we really were. Here we were, 3,000 miles from home, and yet the death of Roosevelt hit that group of men awfully hard. They weren't particularly political. It's just that they hadn't known any other president. McGovern flew again on April 15, then again on April 16, 17, and 18. 4 missions in 4 days. By this time, the marshalling yards and oil refineries had been hit so often and so effectively that they were no longer the primary targets. Instead, the liberators participated in the drive up the Italian peninsula by engaging in tactical bombing, that is, giving direct and indirect support to the ground troops. The technique was to drop the bombs just ahead of the American troop lines or to hit bridges to stop enemy ground transportation. Rather than the usual 500 or 1,000-pound bombs, the planes carried 250-pound general-purpose bombs. At the briefings, McGovern said, the officer in command would tell them that the campaign was being coordinated with the American ground forces. We were told to fly until we were directly over the cutting edge of the American forces, and were told that there would be smoke signals there, and there were. The Americans would set off the signals along the front of their line, and we were to drop right on that, so the forward motion of the bombs would carry them well ahead of the American forces. Another technique was to use white markers set along the front lines, 100 yards in length and 1,000 yards apart, to mark the location of the American troops. The bomber stream flew perpendicular to the line of troops. Dropping the bombs when they saw the smoke and or the white lines, the liberators put them down right on top of the Germans, dug in on the other side. Nevertheless, these were no milk runs. They were flying over the high Alps near the Brenner Pass, and to ensure accuracy, they were flying at 15,000 feet, low for the liberators. The Germans had their 88s placed close to the mountain tops at 12,000 or more feet. When the planes were at 15,000 feet and the flak gunners were nearly that high, McGovern said, that's a pretty good shot. They can really home in on you. And they did. He saw at least 2 planes get hit. From April 19 to April 22, McGovern stood down. On the 23rd, he flew the Dakota Queen again against road bridges in the Alps. All planes got home safely. It was McGovern's 34th mission. I hated Linz as a target, McGovern declared. To begin with, It was heavily defended because it was an important rail hub for the Germans. Through Linz, German troops moved back and forth from the eastern to the western front. Boxcars, passenger cars, everything. Linz was Hitler's hometown. The 455th Group had hit it often. "I don't know how they could ever get a train in or out of that place," McGovern said, "but apparently they did because we kept hitting it." He had been on the December 15, 1944 mission to Linz. It was his 7th mission, his second as a pilot. "It was just deadly fear with me from that day on. I never talked about it much, but I was scared to death with those shells going off. There was nothing you could do. Couldn't take evasive action, couldn't dodge them." It was on that mission that a piece of shrapnel had burst through the cockpit window and come within inches of killing him. Now, on April 25, 1945, they were to go back. Before the men climbed into the Dakota Queen, McGovern spoke to them. He said it was usual to allow a pilot to go on a milk run for his last mission because the commanders did not want a pilot shot down on that one. But the target was Linz. Although he wanted to fly the mission, he said he did not want to endanger the crew just because he chose to fly it. He put it up to a vote. If the vote was negative, McGovern said no one would ever fault them, including him, and the commanders would excuse them. Ashlock remembered, "We voted to fly the mission." So they were off. According to the 455th's history, the flak over the target was extremely intense. The Germans were using their box system, firing the 88's shells into an area 2,000 feet on each side of the four sides and 2,000 feet deep, just in front of the formation so that the planes would fly into it. The sky just became solid black. Then in that solid black you'd see these huge, angry flashes of red, which was another shell exploding. How we avoided it, I'll never know. The Dakota Queen didn't avoid it all. McGovern said he could hear the shrapnel smacking the side of the plane. "It was terrible," McGovern said. "Linz was tougher on my last mission than it had been on my second as pilot. Hell can't be any worse than that. And remember, the people flying the plane or shooting the guns are children." Rounds and Higgins were 20 years old, and except for Cooper and Engineer Valco, the others were 19. Valco got into the cockpit and stood between McGovern and Rounds. "You could look at him and he seemed petrified," McGovern recalled. "Not just paralyzed, but petrified. Just sheer terror." "The first thing that I remember," said Cooper, "is this whomping. They had zeroed in on us. We were in their box right in the middle. A piece of shrapnel came through the nose. It passed through Cooper's map. On it, he had made a real tiny little pencil mark indicating our base at Chirignola, and I'm damned if those Germans didn't just put that piece of flak right through Chirignola." Another piece of flak hit the hydraulic lines. The red fluid began spurting out. It looked like blood. One piece of flak hit Ashlock. It traveled up his leg from the knee to lodge in his butt. Higgins went to apply first aid. Ashlock was hollering. Cooper was hollering. So too everyone else. McGovern got on the intercom. His voice was calm as he told everyone to be quiet. That quieted them down. Then he ordered Valco to check the airplane to try to see how much damage had been done. He did, and except for the loss of the hydraulic lines, Valco said the plane was more or less okay. McGovern then asked each crew member to check in. Except Ashlock, they said one by one that they were okay. As he turned away from the target, McGovern saw that the number 3 engine had been damaged, and he feathered the prop. Higgins ripped open Ashlock's pants. He examined the wound and told Ashlock it wasn't too bad. He gave Ashlock a shot of morphine, and he lay down on the floor where he stayed. The Dakota Queen had slowed and lost altitude. It was now behind and below the formation. McGovern and Rounds got Cooper on the intercom, and they discussed their alternatives. There were two. Try to get back to Chirignola, or turn east and try to land behind the Russian lines. With the hydraulic system a wreck, they had no brakes. The flaps were inoperative. An engine was missing. Nevertheless, they decided to head home. As they got close, McGovern got on the radio with the tower to describe his situation. The last squadron from the formation was landing, one plane at the far end of the runway turning off, another rolling halfway down the runway, and a third touching down. The officer in charge at the tower was glad to hear from the Dakota Queen, which had already been listed as missing in action. He told McGovern he had a number of choices. He could go out over the Adriatic shoreline and attempt a crash landing, or ditch in the sea, or bail out, or try to land on the runway. McGovern decided to accept the last alternative. On the intercom, he told the crew that if any one of them or all of them wanted to bail out, they should feel perfectly free to do so. There would be no reflection on them. If they felt safer bailing out, it was fine with me. "What are you going to do?" the man asked. "I'm going to land this airplane," he replied. So they all decided to stay. As they approached the field, Higgins fired a red flare to indicate an ambulance should be ready to receive a wounded man. McGovern ordered Higgins and McAfee to attach a pair of parachutes by their harnesses to the yokes supporting the waist guns. They were to throw them out the windows when he told them to, then pull the ripcord. That would slow the plane, which had no brakes. It was a technique that McGovern had not previously used, but had heard about. The crew used the hand crank to lower the wheels, an exhausting process, but between them, Valco, Higgins, and Cooper managed to get it done. A little yellow signal came on to tell McGovern that the wheels were locked. The tower waved other planes off and told McGovern to come right on in. He was afraid to come in slow, because if we were short of the field, I didn't think we could go around again. We were low on gas, and I had one engine out. He came in too high. Because of my fear of falling short of the field, I thought the worst thing that could happen was if I had to accelerate at the last minute, so I came in on a kind of flat landing but considerably above the stalling speed. When the Dakota Queen touched down, McGovern cut the throttles and ordered McAfee and Higgins to throw out the parachutes and pull the ripcords. When the chutes billowed open, McGovern could feel the plane slow down. Instinctively, he and Rounds were pushing as hard as they could on the brake pedals, even though they had no brakes. But the engines, without power, provided some drag. McGovern had ordered the crew to go to the tail of the plane when it touched down, in order to bring the tail down so it would provide drag. Led by Cooper, they did. 7 of them, all but Ashlock and Rounds. McGovern thought the weight would bring the tail to the ground and stop the plane, but it didn't work. He later commented, "That B-24 was just too big and massive for even 7 guys sitting in the tail to dump it back." The plane's nose at the end of the runway did a little plunge into a ditch. Then it started up on the other side of the ditch, and the tail went up, then crashed down. It was quite a jar, Cooper recalled, but it stopped the plane. "It wasn't one of my better landings," McGovern said. "It was too hot. I came in too fast. But I didn't want to take any chance on stalling out. I wanted to make sure that we got that plane on the ground without any screw-up." Shaking his head at the thought, he added, "If I ever made that landing again, I would have made it slower." The ambulance was there. The crew lifted Ashlock off the plane and put him on a stretcher. Cooper limped off. He had sprained his ankle at the jolt when the tail dropped down. Otherwise, everyone was okay, although Valco was so badly shaken that he was confined to a hospital with battle fatigue for some months thereafter. The Dakota Queen had 110 holes in its fuselage and wings. McGovern said, "I couldn't believe it. If you had looked at that airplane, you would not have known how it stayed in the air." But he had brought it in. Ken Higgins summed it up. "I always said George brought me home. He did that day." The following day, Cooper wrote his fiancée. He had retrieved one of the parachutes and told her, "Your worries about a wedding dress are over. That is, if you want one made of white silk. He described the mission, then said, "Actually, I was too busy to be scared, so it was all okay." Another mission to Linz was scheduled for April 26. McGovern would not be going on it, as he had completed his 35 missions, but others would. They woke, went to the briefing, got into their Liberators, and hoped for a red flare from the tower signifying the mission was canceled. Pilots started their engines. Then shouts of joy could be heard all over Cerignola. The red flare had been fired. As it turned out, the war was over for the combat crews. It was over for every member of the 8th and 15th and 12th and 9th Air Forces. No more missions. Less than 2 weeks later, on May 7, 1945, Germany surrendered unconditionally. It was a hot, sunny day in Cerignola. Very little celebrating was done. Most of the men just took it easy, getting a suntan and listening to all the notables on their radios. Somehow the accolades sounded hollow, as praise often does. It was a poor replacement for the thoughts of those who had made the supreme sacrifice with their lives. The group had started 1945 with 60 Liberators. In the next 4 months, it had flown 1,434 sorties. In that period, it lost 8 B-24s to flak, and another 34 received flak damage. A total of 74 crewmen were missing in action, plus 20 wounded and 16 killed. In its 15 months in action, the group had flown enough miles on combat missions to circle the Earth over 10 times with a 30-airplane formation. It had flown, altogether, a total of 252 combat missions. Lost 118 Liberators. It had suffered nearly 1,000 casualties, men killed in action, wounded, missing, or taken prisoner. The best news was, of course, that the Allies had won the war. A close second for the airmen was the release of the POWs. That was a joyous occasion. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Ramey of the 743rd Squadron, himself a POW, related, "We had 179 airmen lost from burning planes, ditching in icy cold water, crash landing on rugged mountain terrain, oftentimes wounded, only to become captured American POWs. What they endured included starvation diets, deprivation, abuse, humiliation, vermin-infested quarters, forced marches in sub-zero weather, considerable weight loss, inadequate or no medical attention, infamous German boxcar rides, and in many cases, torture. But then the sounds of war came closer and closer, until one day, when armored tank columns overran the camps and the American flag flew once again. That was a joyous occasion. McGovern and his fellow men of the 741st Squadron had played a small role in one of mankind's greatest triumphs, the defeat of Nazi Germany. They had been a part of one of history's greatest undertakings, the Army Air Forces of World War II. Critics of the AAF, while praising the tactical airplanes for their role in supporting the ground offensive, argued that the strategic bombing campaign was an unnecessary waste. All the production devoted to building the bombers, the enormous effort to train men to fly and maintain them, could have been better spent on fighters, ground troops, and the Navy. And it would have avoided the worst accusation of all, that in World War II the United States used a method of making war that killed hundreds of thousands of civilians and destroyed uncountable historic buildings, factories, and residences without doing much of anything to win the war, while creating the worst legacy of the war, made much more frightful with the development of the atomic bomb and the beginning of the Cold War, making civilians into targets. Perhaps 305,000 Germans were killed in the bombings. Another 780,000 seriously injured. About 25 million Germans had been subjected to the terror of the bombings. In the last chapter, Mission Accomplished, in the official history of the Army Air Forces in Europe, editors W. F. Craven and J. L. Cate give their assessment. Like all their work, it is judicious and authoritative. Much of the chapter is based on interviews conducted with German personnel after the unconditional surrender. The Luftwaffe commander, Hermann Göring, was voluble. His overall conclusion was that the Allied selection of targets had been excellent. He insisted that precision bombing was more effective than night raids. Still, he concluded that Germany could never have been defeated by air power alone. But Nazi Germany's second and last Führer, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz, said that air power was the decisive element. Albert Speer, the Minister of Production, emphatically stated his opinion that the strategic bombing could have won the war without a land invasion. Of all the bombs that struck the Reich during the war, 72% fell after July 1, 1944. In the following 9 months, the bombing campaign wrecked the enlarged German economy until it could not support the military operations or supply the basic needs of the population. By January 1945, Germany had been almost paralyzed economically, and by April, she was ruined. In Craven and Cate's view, of all the accomplishments of the air forces, the attainment of air supremacy was the most significant, for it made possible the invasions of the continent and gave the heavy bombers their opportunity to wreck the industries of the Reich. And of all the multitudes of payoffs from winning air supremacy, the most significant was the strategic bombing campaign against oil refineries. By April 1945, Germany's oil production was 5% that of the previous year. The second major effect of the strategic bombing campaign, in this case aided by the Tactical Air Force, was transportation. The Allied planes attacked bridges, highways, trucks, tanks, or anything that moved, but most of all, the bombers went after railroad marshalling yards. By the spring of 1945, the German transport system was so badly wrecked that only the highest priority military movements could be started with any prospect of getting to their destination. Along with their acknowledgment of the effectiveness of the strategic bombing campaign, the German leaders being interrogated had criticisms. For example, they thought that the Army Air Force's conviction was wrong that there had to be one critical German industry that, if destroyed, would bring the country to ruin. The great raids on Schweinfurt, for example, designed to deprive German vehicles of ball bearings and thus bring their army to a standstill, caused some destruction and problems, but they were carried out at great risk and high cost and still hardly slowed Germany down. Göring and Speer believed that going after electric power stations, which were highly vulnerable to air attack, would have benefited the Allies more. Or the Allies could have weakened Germany, perhaps brought her to surrender, by going after powder and explosive plants. In fact, the Germans said they would have raided such plants second only to oil. Another possibility, generally ignored, was the chemical plants that produced nitrogen and methanol. We will never know, because it was not done that way. We do know that what the Allies did won the war. What McGovern did, what the 741st Squadron did, along with the rest of the 455th Bomb Group and all the 15th Air Force and the 8th Air Force, most especially in their attacks against oil refineries and marshalling yards, was critical to the victory. McGovern, his crew, and all the airmen had spent the war years not in vain, but in doing good work. Along with all the peoples of the Allied nations, they saved Western civilization. Clemenceau said of these young airmen to Bernard Baruch, "They were kittens in play, but tigers in battle." Almost immediately when the war ended, the AAF started to close down the airbase in Cerignola and those across southern Italy. What to do with the food supplies was a problem. The mess sergeant in Cerignola had hundreds of boxes of powdered eggs, powdered milk, potatoes that could be reconstituted, thousands of cans of Spam and cheese, orange marmalade, raisins, peanut butter, flour, cornmeal, tons of food. And that was true of every airfield. The High Command decided, in McGovern's words, that There are hungry people all over Europe, and we don't need this stuff back in the States. There's no market for powdered eggs in Brooklyn. So we'll give it away to the Europeans. McGovern was asked if he would participate. He said yes. So that's what we did. We started flying a few days after the end of the war, taking this food up there. They flew from Cerignola to a field about 40 miles north of Trieste. When he was not flying, McGovern thought about the future. On May 30, he wrote his friend Bob Pennington, who had gotten engaged via the mails to Eleanor's twin sister, Isla, they later married, who had told McGovern that he was intent on getting his Ph.D. when he returned to the States. McGovern said he, too, would go after a Ph.D. as soon as possible if finances will permit it. I'm quite sure I can swing it. For a while, I was pretty shaky about my interest in teaching. The lack of material reward just about had me in the dark for quite a while last winter. That, coupled with my seeming intellectual decline, had me guessing. Bill Round's father had offered him a very attractive job with his company, and that was tempting. Now, though, I've discovered that old driving interest to learn rather than make money is still there. I'm afraid I'm doomed to the life of a student and teacher. But as you say, it has a multitude of advantages to offset its more tangible disadvantages. From May until mid-June, McGovern continued to fly to Trieste to deliver food, or sometimes he would fly over Vienna, Munich, and other former targets with the ground crew members as passengers. The AAF wanted the mechanics to see what the planes they had worked on had done to the Germans. Ken Higgins went along to operate the radio, but he never liked it. I just didn't want to be in that darned old airplane, he explained, fearing an accident might happen. Cooper wanted no more either. Like everyone else, he wanted to go home. On May 12, he wrote his fiancée that Mac left for Naples yesterday. He'll be sweating out a boat there for several weeks, probably. He thought he would be stuck in Italy for some time. There's nothing but rumors yet, but when they decide to move us, it will be sudden and homeward bound. 2 weeks later, he wrote again. Who should be here to greet me when I got back yesterday but Mac, our pilot? I thought he caught a fast liner in Naples and was in the States, but they sent him back, so I guess his 35 missions don't mean any more than my 32. Pilot Ed Soderstrom related what happened. 4 pilots of the 741st, Charles Painter, McGovern, Howard Surbeck, and Soderstrom, had finished their tours and headed for Naples to catch a boat home. But when they tried to board the troop ship, their names were not on the orders. Instead, they had orders to return to the squadron, where they were told they were to fly their airplanes back to the States, and meanwhile, they would continue to fly food to Trieste. On June 18, McGovern took off for North Africa. Cooper, it turned out, was the navigator. Indeed, all the crew except Ashlock were on the plane, along with a half-dozen sergeants, AAF meteorologists going to the States from Europe, then on to the Pacific. These men tossed in their duffel bags, arranging them as well as they could, and sat or lay down. They had some sandwiches and soft drinks aboard. The crew and passengers began laughing. They were leaving Italy. The war in Europe was over. McGovern took off. They would be flying alone. First stop, Marrakesh, North Africa. Next stop, the Azores. But about 100 miles from the islands, Cooper called McGovern on the intercom to say that he was lost. I think it's just temporary, he remarked, and I'll get a fix. But when they got to where the islands were presumed to be, there was nothing except blue water. McGovern was just furious. He thought, God, we've gone through 35 missions and my navigator can't find the airbase? How can we possibly be this unlucky? We're going into the drink out here in the Atlantic because Cooper can't find the Azores? He turned on his radio and, thankfully, raised the tower at the field. He asked what heading he should fly on based on his present position to get to the base. The tower told him to turn to such and such a heading. He did, and brought the islands into view. Here's this 11,000-foot runway. We hadn't seen a runway like that since we left the States. He brought the plane down, got his tanks refilled, and took off for the next stop, Gander, Newfoundland. McGovern got her aloft, climbed to a few thousand feet, and people began falling asleep. All the meteorologists, indeed everyone but McGovern, the navigator, and Higgins. Bill Rounds conked off, just sound asleep. You could hear this heavy breathing all over the plain. It was a beautiful night. The air clear, a huge round moon making it almost as light as daylight. McGovern put the plane on autopilot, something he never did even once during the war. Then he, too, fell sound asleep. Higgins put his head down on his table and fell asleep. So did Cooper. After some time, McGovern shook himself awake. The moon was beautiful, the stars shining. He was the only one awake. I was almost overwhelmed with a sense of peace, sheer joy. We were going home. I finally realized the war was over, and I'm going to see Eleanor and my mother and my little girl, then 4 or 5 months old. Everything now is going to be all right. At Gander, as the plane was refueling, McGovern called Eleanor on the telephone. It was wonderful to hear that voice again. He didn't want to exceed 3 minutes on the long-distance call, too expensive, so he merely said that he would be back in Mitchell in 2 or 3 days. "Well, I want to meet you," Eleanor replied. "I want us just to be the 2 of us when you first come in." He said he expected to be discharged at Fort Snelling, near Minneapolis. She said she would meet him there. Off again, this time to Camp Miles Standish outside Boston. I regret to say that was the last landing of the war for me, and one of the worst landings I ever made. I couldn't believe it. I leveled off, and that B-24 dropped about 6 feet. Just bang, we hit the ground. I got on the intercom and I said, "Well, fellas, we've just hit the United States." No one minded the bump. There were cheers, laughter, tears. Within 2 days, McGovern was at Fort Snelling. Eleanor met him. They spent the first night in a hotel in Minneapolis, then off by train to Mitchell, where he immediately enrolled for the fall semester. As were nearly all the veterans of the war, McGovern was a good, hard-working student, eager to make up for lost time, earn his undergraduate degree, and get off to graduate school to pursue his Ph.D. in history. But one night, needing a break from his studies, he took Eleanor to a movie at the Paramount Theater in Mitchell. On the newsreel, the announcer was saying, "American bombers that were flying a few short weeks or months ago in England and Italy and the Pacific are now being collected in Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, and other western states to be salvaged." The newsreel showed bulldozers coming along and shoving hundreds of B-24s into a heap. One of them had a name on it, Yo-Yo. The cameraman zoomed in on it so people could see the name. God, I just couldn't believe it. He had flown that plane, although he and his crew called it the Dakota Queen. But it was Yo-Yo he had flown. I felt like just getting right up out of my seat. We nursed those bombers back as carefully as we could and conserved the gas and protected the oil and watched the oil pressure and the other gauges and tried to land them as well as we could, and we brought back the precious airplane. Now it was being turned into junk. I couldn't believe it. I reacted almost violently. I wanted to get up and tell the audience what we had just seen was sheer waste and extravagance. Made no sense at all. It really stirred my Scotch-Irish soul to see it taking place. Within less than a year after the war, virtually all the B-24s had been salvaged. 55 years after the war, there are 3 B-24s in museums, only 1 still flying. And except for those who flew them or serviced them, they are today virtually forgotten.
At the end of our last interview, McGovern said that for more than half a century he had not thought much about his war experiences. As a politician, especially in 1972, running for president, he had done interviews with reporters on the subject of his war career, but usually for 5 minutes or so, and never for more than half an hour or in any depth. He said our 2-week-long interview, quote, has forced me to dig deeply into my memory and my psyche. And what he especially recalled was Eleanor's life with him, what traveling to all those airfields during his training had meant to her and to him, quote, and what it was like having that baby when I'm 3,000 miles away and not even knowing whether Eleanor would ever see me again. He paused and then said, it's made me realize how much I love that woman. I have known for years I was in love with her, but being asked to probe into my life during the war has really brought that home to me in a different way. Shared history is a big part of being in love. We asked McGovern to sum up his war experience. With his answer, he spoke for every airman, every GI, every sailor, Marine, every Coast Guard man of World War II. Quote, piloting a B-24 in combat with 8 other guys, sometimes 9 other guys, took every ounce of physical energy I had, every bit of mental abilities I had, and literally every shred of spiritual resource that I had. I can't recall any other stage of my life, unless it was the closing days of the 72 presidential campaign, that so demanded everything I had. I gave that World War II effort everything except my life itself, and I was ready to give my life. It literally exhausted every resource of mind and body and spirit that I had. For you and myself, I replied, thanks for what you did to help win the victory and thus save the world. We always say something like that at the end of every interview with a veteran of the war, because it is the truth. Where did America find such men? In 1985, McGovern was lecturing at the University of Innsbruck. A director of Austrian television's state-owned station contacted him to ask if he would do an interview for a documentary he was producing on Austria in World War II. He wanted McGovern to talk about what it was like bombing Austrian targets. McGovern was not inclined, but finally let himself be talked into doing it. A woman reporter did the interview. She said that Senator McGovern was known around the world for his opposition to the war in Vietnam, and especially the bombing of South and North Vietnam. Yet he had been a bomber pilot in World War II. The reporter asked, Senator, did you ever regret bombing beautiful cities like Vienna, Salzburg, Innsbruck, others? McGovern answered, well, nobody thinks that war is a lovely affair. It is humanity at its worst. It's a breakdown of normal communication, and it is a very savage enterprise. But on the other hand, there are issues that sometimes must be decided by warfare after all else fails. I thought Adolf Hitler was a madman who had to be stopped. So my answer to your question is no. I don't regret bombing strategic targets in Austria. I do regret the damage that was done to innocent people. And there was one bomb I've regretted all these years. The reporter snapped that up. Tell us about it. McGovern told her about the bomb that had stuck in the bomb bay door and had to be jettisoned on March 14, 1945. Quote, to my sorrow, it hit a peaceful little Austrian farmyard at high noon and maybe led to the death of some people in that family. I regret that all the more because it was the day I learned my wife had given birth to our first child. And the thought went through my mind then and on many, many days since then, that we brought a young baby into the world and probably killed somebody else's baby or children. When the documentary appeared on Austrian TV, the station received a call from an Austrian farmer. He said he had seen and heard McGovern. He knew it was his farm that was hit because it was high noon on a clear day, and exactly as McGovern described the incident. I want you to tell him, the man went on, that no matter what other Austrians think, I despised Adolf Hitler. We did see that bomber coming. I got my wife and children out of the house, and we hid in a ditch, and no one was hurt. And because of our attitude about Hitler, I thought at the time that if bombing our farm reduced the length of that war by 1 hour or 1 minute, it was well worth it. The television station called McGovern and told him what the farmer had said. For McGovern, it was, quote, an enormous release and gratification. It seemed to just wipe clean a slate.